All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to what I think is episode 4 of Vintage Story Wilderness Survival Permadeath, attempt 28. So far, the series is going wonderfully. We have a massive hoarded stockpile of copper and cassiterite. We found iron, and we can stockpile a treasure trove of it, magnetite. We also found limestone, and borax, and sulfur. Everything has really come together. But there's something I really want to do that I haven't done yet. And we're going to take a look at the various types of cobblestone really quick. In the creative menu, let's empty my tool belt real fast. GMC. Because yesterday in a video I saw conglomerate cobblestone actually looked kind of cool. Let's take a look at these. So sandstone, cobblestone, conglomerate cobblestone. Of course, we have limestone. We already know that that looked half decent. Claystone, cobblestone. We're going to look at all these. Because I feel like most of these have earthy tones and they would match well with the grass underfoot, right? So, let's get a little look-see here. Starting with the... what is this? Chert? Yeah, we have chert cobblestone. That looks really, really nice. The sandstone is kind of a sharp contrast. I don't like it very much. The conglomerate is amazing. It's basically the same as granite, except without those splotchy brown areas on it. The limestone is what it is. Funnily enough, I think the chert might be my favorite in the list. This one works too, the claystone and the chert. Yeah, okay. So we are going to delete all these, and then we're going to look at ashlar blocks for all of these too. So, chert ashlar, conglomerate ashlar, limestone ashlar, claystone ashlar, and I believe the sandstone we did not like. So it really comes down to these 4 types right here. Claystone ashlar right there. Chert ashlar, conglomerate, and limestone. Yeah, not gonna lie, I think chert is my favorite. But honestly, claystone looks really good too. Claystone is really, really nice, honestly. We also have to factor in that during the winter, everything's going to be white, the colors will stand out more. And during fall, there's going to be kind of tones of orange, red, and yellow as the leaves change color. And that is going to, in some way, alter the aesthetic functionality of whatever we've chosen to use. All right? Now, we do have conglomerate stone here. It's kind of like a darker version of the limestone. I feel like claystone ashlar is really, really nice. Claystone in general. I really like the look of the claystone. We did end up finding a lot of chert underground. So I think that the conglomerate cobblestone looks better than the claystone cobblestone. But I think that using the claystone ashlar as a floor looks better than using conglomerate ashlar as a floor, if that makes sense, right? So Yeah, I really like the conglomerate stone. I think it's probably my favorite type, so I'm just gonna write these down real quick. Stone building types I prefer, I guess. Conglomerate cobblestone, clay ashlar bricks. And then honestly, chert is like a beautiful, I like both. I could build my entire base out of chert and pretty much like it. It's darker, so if you have a lot of medium fertility soil around your base, it really stands out. It's kind of red and earthy, so it works for, you know, it stands out really well with not much conflicting contrast with the grass during summer, but also it would stand out and evoke nobility during winter, and it would also kind of blend in really well with the yellows, oranges, and reds of autumn. So I'm gonna put like chert, both chert types. So yeah, these are the blocks that I tend to prefer. Conglomerate cobblestone for walls, clay ashlar bricks for floors, and both chert types for anything. Would I want to have the chert for floors? How would it look if I had a floor of this stuff? Claystone ashlar floor, right? With yeah, delete those. Let's grab claystone cobblestone. Put that right here. Look at the contrast, right? So I think honestly, oh, I really like the bricks, the chert ashlar blocks. Yeah, I don't know that I would want to use chert as a floor, but honestly, it does look pretty nice. These blocks in general just really look nice, so I think we have our answer. We're gonna gather a bunch of conglomerate and chert, as well as claystone. Yeah, it really came down to that beautiful claystone. And I was thinking about how I might improve this path, but I don't know if I can do it. Basically, my idea was we lay out a whole bunch of slabs and then we chisel them into a very fine gradient downward, right? I don't know. Anyway, let's check on the onions. And let's find something to do. So we already know that we're gonna wanna, oh, right, GMS. So we know that we're gonna wanna try to get these stone types for building our house. We do have a whole bunch of granite that I gathered, but we can use that granite for anything, really. We have 4 large stone slabs. We'll hang on to those, and I'm gonna go do more quarry work. I have a bunch of claystone already, some conglomerate stone. We have a bunch of limestone too, so I think I'm gonna start making mortar. Yeah, choosing what to build your house out of, buddy, it's so hard. Oh, but I feel like I'm getting closer to the block types that I prefer. Chert is surprising. It looks really good. Conglomerate as well is kind of like a more solid, less grainy granite, which makes it very tempting to start using. And Claystone is just very beautiful. It's nice. It's very nice. And then there's contrasting wood types besides that, which adds another layer, another level of difficulty with designing your house, right? The contrasts involved and how it looks during the seasons changing and all that. Finding a color combination that I really prefer would take, oh god, probably 20 playthroughs of trying different things, but as long as the game never gets stale, which so far it hasn't, maybe we could aspire to that. Try to become good builders, try to know what blocks look good in every season, what combinations work. But if we are going to make ashlar blocks of any type, then I'm going to need this. And there's always the cream bricks. In fact, I was thinking about taking a look over at the wiki page in order to see what other types of bricks I might be able to make with the beehive kiln using red clay, which is more abundant and easier to come by. Yeah, that beehive kiln, we can get a lot of use out of it. You can leave it running for an entire week. Doing many repeated batches of colored bricks before it takes any damage, before it calculates any damage. And apparently the damage is contained in the doors, so you might be able to even, I don't know, there might be an exploit where if you remove the door and place it, you might be able to reset the damage, thereby only requiring fire clay and never having that fire clay break. No, like you wouldn't need refractory bricks, right? All right, we're gonna need a barrel. I need to cook this stuff into quicklime. I don't know how hot it has to be. It's possible I could make do with using like oak logs or peat, but I may have to use coal. If so, we have, you know, a considerable abundance of it. What's the smelting temperature? 825. Yeah, we can use anything for that. Let's remove these cooking pots from there. Put them on the ground for now. How much do I need exactly? Quicklime. 2 pieces cook into 1 quicklime. Okay, fair enough. So I'm gonna need a little bit more. I can make slaked lime. 1-to-1 conversion. I think I need 12 liters of water. And then 48 quicklime. Which becomes 48 liters of slaked lime, which can be used to make mortar on a 1-to-1 ratio. Yeah, and we'll get a shitload of mortar out of that. So, with that considered, if I want to have 48 quicklime crafted, then I'm going to need 96 lime. So we need a little bit more. I need 32 more to be ground up. This is the only time that we're gonna have to grind lime, I think, before we have our windmill done. Should be the only time. I'm on the fence about whether or not I want to bother using the granite that we gathered. We have it. We don't necessarily have to use it. Let's eat this veggie stew. Keep on grinding. 10 more. If I can get a more beautiful block for a more beautiful house, this is the playthrough to do it. The ocean aspect to it means that traveling is going to be a lot easier, which means that completing all the quest objectives, and we have the map, you know, completing the quest objectives is going to be a much more viable thing, or at least getting to try and then dying. I know that there's like a crazy flying beast in one of them where, honestly, it's kind of a good thing I spoiled it for myself and found out about it ahead of time because it's a death trap. And I'm gonna have to really be careful during that fight, given the permadeath nature of the playthrough. All right, 48 lime in there, 48 in here, and we could use peat, or I could use oak logs. They burn for a very long time at 800 degrees. Oh, not hot enough for lime. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we're gonna have to use peat. I could use coal. It would happen faster. I guess I will. Yeah, today's gonna be the episode about building our actual house. This is where it happens. I need to find various stone types, though. Basalt, huh? Well, basalt would be interesting. Certainly. I think peridotite's the green shit. there is basalt cobblestone, and that is a tempting prospect. I never even thought to look at it. What about basalt ashlar blocks? I never even looked. A little too dark for my liking. However, I do like the contrast between the level of darkness. You could have a basalt cobblestone wall with basalt ashlar flooring, and it would actually be quite nice. All right, let's see here. Claystone ashlar is definitely the good choice if I want to have a stone floor. And then let's take a brief look. We're gonna just compare granite cobblestone to conglomerate cobblestone, come to a decision there. I do really like the basalt flooring, gotta admit. Yeah, conglomerate cobblestone compared to granite cobblestone. Okay, so the granite cobblestone is kind of more of a white color, but it has the brown splotches on it, so you'd have to live with that. The conglomerate is a more solid type, right? Whereas the claystone cobbles oh, very nice. Although a little bit strong in color, I find. Whereas the conglomerate is a more mild color, it would blend better with several different seasons. The claystone cobblestone looks like it would look glorious in the fall season when everything is yellowing and orange, right? Phyllite cobblestone. It's kind of got a pink tone to it. Chalk cobblestone is beautiful. That's just like a pure white block. A little too white though, honestly. It doesn't have like a natural tone to it. And then, of course, the chert cobblestone. Hang on. This might not take as long as I think it will. Let's check. Okay, it's still going. There, we got time. We have a temporal storm approaching. I just have to remember to fix the hole in my floor before it happens. Ashlar. So let's grab claystone ashlar. Get rid of that. Granite ashlar. Chert ashlar. And conglomerate ashlar. Yeah, it's a very difficult choice, dude. Very difficult choice. But I honestly feel like I'm leaning toward the claystone. I do think I'm leaning toward the claystone. We're gonna have to look at it all the time. That's an important thing to remember. Now I'm going to, so right now, claystone is the winner. GMS, you know what? GMC, we're gonna take a look at some of the brick blocks. However, I don't think I need creative for that. We can look at the wiki. Let's close this up. Make sure we're not exposed come storm time. Quicklime is coming in hot. We're gonna want a barrel with 12 liters of water in it. Let's craft that now. Yeah, for some reason my item swapping isn't working. I don't really know why, but we're not going to worry about it for now. So we have that ready. We can make all of the slaked lime, and then we're going to have to convert it into mortar, which is just slaked lime and sand. How much sand are we sitting on? Really not that much. I'm going to want to go get some more wherever we can. We have 6 hours before the Temporal Storm is slated to hit. I only need 48 sand. It really won't take much. Question is, where do I pull it from? I'm not too keen on terraforming too much of the terrain. But we'll worry about that later. I could always just get more sand from a distant place to fill these in. And besides, this is an eyesore anyway. Right now, we do currently have... we have a bunch of trees planted right there that are going to obscure the visibility of this area. So we'll just kind of wait for that. Yeah, I only need 48 sand, and that'll get us plenty of mortar. Basically, once we reach the end of this line, on all 3 rows, we're done. Then we can go back and we can make it. Sometime in this episode, too, I'm gonna have to mine a shitload of quartz. We have a greenhouse to think about. It's August, still technically summer, but it does go fast when September starts rolling around. Okay. "48 liters of slaked lime, put in the sand, and 384 mortar has been received." That's for building. I'm gonna have to log out of the game and log in because creative mode broke my item transfer ability. So I can't hold shift click to transfer stuff. And I also can't press 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever while mousing over something to put it on that slot of the belt. Slow start today. Yeah. What's up? Nothing? Hey, so okay? Seem sad. Okay. Alright. You had that look like a deer in headlights or something. Alright, let's deposit the coal. We now have the mortar. So at this point, we're going to want to start thinking about actually acquiring the stone types that we want. We settled on claystone. Claystone is beautiful. Now, what about shale? Presumably, yeah, there's a shale ashlar, there's a shale cobblestone, right? Yeah, I don't think so. I think when weighed against the claystone, very little is going to win. The claystone looks amazing. So we're gonna get a shitload of claystone. All I have to do is find it underground, and then we can use the quarry mod to grab it. It will be a dangerous endeavor. Definitely gonna be very dangerous, but I think we can get it done. I have so much granite, it's almost a shame that we're not gonna be using it. I can find another use for it, maybe. You know what? I could use granite, cobblestone, or ashlar for paths. Theoretically, I could. I was thinking about trying something with the stairs where I sort of chisel it out. But that's a lot of work. Basically, I want to make stairs where I don't fly down as much. But I don't think I'll be able to avoid the fly down effect. Now, I can try a few things, but I don't think it's the kind of thing that's corrigible, because I think that the way I fly over the stairs has to do with my character's speed more than the terrain itself. Let's make... slabs. Not many, just, you know... I just need enough to get data. Yeah, so that and that. So I have 24 slabs and 24 blocks. And then I can try to chisel those to achieve the desired result. We just gotta be wary of the pending Temporal Storm. So let's say that I have granite cobblestone here. And then I also put down that slab, right? And then let's say that I want to chisel them so that the lip that I step off of is not so steep. Because the way I kind of fly down the steps, I don't really want that to happen if I can avoid it. So maybe if we chisel it down, we can stop that happening. Let's grab QP's chisel and our hammer. And let's just try chiseling a couple of these and see if we can produce a result that seems like what we're after. No, it pretty much does the same thing, just by virtue of the fact that I'm going over a ledge. And I don't think that any amount of micro chiseling is gonna make a difference. Anyway, I can just use the pantograph to copy pasta these. We'll do that to get data on what it's like when I run down multiple blocks that way. So copy, yeah, paste shape right there. I like the look of it, but the result is the same, right? Like, it looks really, really nice to have a staircase like that. It really does. Possibly even better than having a staircase like this. But this one has the benefit of boosting my movement speed. Now, I could make a path maker, which I believe would allow me, like, if I wanted to have this sort of cobblestone, granite cobblestone path all over the place, I could use these stone paths right here to convert it. Like, we could do that. I could have a staircase like this going all the way down. But it just seems a little excessive. I do like the gravel path, so you know what? We'll keep it the way it is. It sucks, but it is what it is. We'll get rid of these cobblestone blocks that are chiseled. Make sure we don't have to worry about having them, hoarding them, having them take up chest space. We'll keep these ones, though, in the hopes that maybe we could find a use for them. The standard cobble blocks, right? Although that's usually how the hoarding problem starts. We have 1 hour and 41 minutes to go. Yeah, it's gonna be weird to go down here, but I'm cool with it. And maybe in the future, if we're feeling particularly affluent and experimental and creative, we can try to convert this to like a cobblestone path with a path maker tool and get it all working properly and see how it looks. Because we have so much large stone slabs of granite. Like, we could do it. We could totally do it, right? Anyway, let's move the limestone and the mortar over here. I need to, after this Temporal Storm, I need to go out and I need to look for clay stone. Let's check the lighting in here, make sure it's copacetic. It looks like it is. Yeah, we should be fine. Anyway, let's sleep until the storm starts. All right, here it is. So I can't really make much porridge. We have a lot of vegetables, we have a lot of honey, but that's about it. And I haven't gotten my first harvest of grain yet, so pie is out of the question. But what I could do is just make 3 servings of cranberry rye spelt porridge, which honestly I can probably get that done with just 1 piece of peat. And for the first time, I'm not really scared shitless because we have armor on, so should be all right. Let's deposit QP's chisel in the pantograph. We can eat these cranberries, the surplus that we've got. And I might want to ruin one of these cooking pots to make candles. That might be a good way to spend our time here. I need to find out a good ratio of peat for making candles. I want to find that out. So let's grab some of our honey and let's squeeze it out. I can also make special bandages while we're at it. I can grind down some of this sulfur. That might finish. I don't know. We might be asking too much of the fuel that we put in there. We'll see. Either way, let's squeeze out the honey first. I don't need much. Yeah, it looks like we finished it. Good. 3 servings of porridge with 1 peat. I wonder if that means I could do 6 servings with 2 peat. Unlikely, but possible. Okay, there we go. Deposit the honey. Close that up. And we'll ruin this cooking pot right here. The ratios don't match. Let's make bandages real quick. Maybe I can make those ratios match. Beautiful. Okay, we have the bowl back. I can squeeze out a little bit more. And then we'll have 15, which is evenly divisible by 3. So we'll be able to make 5 candles. Let's go grab a little bit more here. All right. There we go. We'll create 5 candles. It'll also have the byproduct of ruining the pot, but we are well aware, and we're kind of cool with it. Let's put 2 peat in there. I don't know how much is really going to be necessary, but we'll take a look at how quickly it processes and get an idea from that. And I think I'm just gonna bulk craft some bandages. It takes 8 powdered sulfur to make 16 bandages. So if we want to use up all this honey in both of these bowls, then we're gonna need 16 powdered sulfur. It's 1 batch. Let's take a look at this. That second piece of peat might be necessary for it to finish. It's really hard to say, but I think so. I think so. You'd be surprised just how much mileage you can get out of a piece of fuel that's finished burning. All right, there we go. There. 2 full stacks of honey sulfur poultices. We're gonna want to expand upon our storage, probably, oh wow, with shelves, so that we can hang our tools up. All right, we got our candles. I can now make our first lanterns, provided I make the plates for them. We are sitting on 22 tin bronze ingots. We only have 10 clear quartz, but that is 5 lanterns, which is exactly how many candles we have. But in order to make the 5 plates for those 5 lanterns, I would need to use most of our tin bronze, which we could do. I mean, we're sitting on a wealth of native copper, at least. The cassiterite, not so much, but the native copper could help us out quite a bit. All right, let's deposit. And then let's make some shelves to hold our equipment. We'll make 5. I do usually prefer to have our equipment, like, lower on ground level. We'll deposit these for now. Let's grab these. Yeah, having your tool racks on the lower level, as long as your house is only 2 blocks high, then it's kind of better to have your tool racks lower, because then you can see the head of every tool, right? Otherwise, if you have your shelves up here, then some of the heads of the tools will clip into the ceiling and you won't really have an easy time telling what tools are what on the tool rack. We can put all of our chisel tools there. I definitely think we've graduated from needing flint spears. We'll delete those. And we got some more mining tools. I think I'll swap the positions of these. This stays at base, so put it back here. Everything that we take outside, we're putting on the racks to the right. Now we can deposit our surplus honey sulfur stuff in here. I can apparently still make more bandages. Apparently. 0.25 liters of honey required. So we don't actually have enough. I'll just eat this stuff then. There. Leave that shit there. Now we need to start smithing plates. Holy shit. Actually, welcomed. Yeah, because now I can restore some temporal stability by killing them. Hell yeah, get those free refills. All right. I'm gonna want a wall sconce too, just for my little cooking area right here. I could put a couple of ovens for baking above the fires for when we get our grain. And now that the Temporal Storm is over, we're gonna set our sights on gathering as much claystone as we can, and we're gonna be building the majority of our base out of that claystone, I think. Claystone is a very neutral color. I don't know how it's gonna look in fall, but we have a fall coming up, so we'll get to see. Chert looks good, but the red color that it gives is very ambitious, and I don't know how that red color would mesh with the changing seasons, right? That's what makes me a little bit ambivalent about it. Oh yeah, we need a hell of hammer. When you make a plate by yourself, you really realize what you took for granted in the previous playthrough. But that's alright. I'm not going to be making too many plates for too many lanterns by hand. We're just going to make probably one lantern for me, really. And maybe one for base lighting. The next plate that I make, I'm gonna test out putting both ingots on at the same time. See if I can work with the heavy hits more efficiently that way. All right, final swings, at least on the first plate. We stacked both ingots on top of each other. The heavy hit works, kind of. And then let's move these voxels down. And then we'll try to do more heavy hits. Yeah, let's try to lay all these out. And then heavy hit. I did manage to save myself some swings. I can't speak to how many necessarily, but we did. And if I go like this, then I can move 2 voxels for the price of 1 swing. Fair enough. All right. Heavy hit these. All right. I don't know if one lantern can light up this whole base. I'm doubtful, but we'll see. They do have a decent light radius. Let's deposit this stuff. Alright, those corners become neglected. I don't know if that means a monster can spawn there, though. I've always assumed that it meant one could, but really I have no idea. However, there is a fix. I put the lantern over here, and then I have a wall sconce right there for lighting the fires. That would work. So maybe let's just make ourselves a little wall sconce then. And I'll make that pathing tool for later. We may end up using it. I might go back to that cobblestone stair steps idea. Let's get this heated up and work the metal. And then we have to seek out as much claystone as we can find. Hello, Triro. Not too much, buddy. We're having a really good time modifying the base, doing some metallurgy. I made my first lanterns. How are you doing? We also went into the creative menu and looked at a bunch of blocks, and I picked favorite. Conglomerate cobblestone looks great. Clay ashlar looks great for floors. Chert is great for walls and floors. I wonder if I should follow my instructions here. Conglomerate cobblestone for walls with clay ashlar bricks for floors. Conglomerate cobblestone for walls. And then claystone ashlar for the floor. So let's pretend for a minute that this right here well, the floor I could just do wood, but I will probably want to have like a stone-ish type of floor. Okay. Now let's compare that to conglomerate ashlar floor. It's the hardest choice ever, honestly. I really struggle with this. I do like the conglomerate cobblestone wall, and I also really like just the claystone everything. Honestly, it just looks nice. Claystone cobblestone looks great. They both do. I was thinking about doing a claystone house this time. I still think we're gonna adhere to that and give it a shot. Let's exit creative mode. We got to see, we got our little preview. Low fertility soil. Need one more. Let's go do that metallurgy that we still have to do. All right, so I need a torch holder, tin bronze torch holder, which takes 2 ingots to make. It's very easy to make. Really, you just put it together and then remove the excess voxels. You're doing good, eh? Right on. Hey, better now that you're here, right? Get to play more Vintage Story. Ugh. You got Vintage Story going on your end right now? All right, done. Now let's make that pathing tool, the path maker. Got it. And what else would I like to have out of this last one? Our shovel's not looking good and we don't have a replacement, so we're gonna make another shovel. There we go. And now that we have the torch holder here, much simpler, much simpler. We just leave a torch in there. That's gonna cover the missing light level in the corner. And the whole base is covered with just one lantern, and I don't need to swap out the torches anymore. And then I need to just leave an oil lamp right here instead of a torch, and I'll never have to switch that either. But that does mean I'll need another oil lamp, which means I'll need to take one from the animal pen. They still haven't given birth to their babies yet. Yeah, I think that'll do. Don't think they're going to be despawning in there. Now, the flax is at 7 out of 9. I'm going to want to be able to use that flax as soon as it's grown. I don't know if I'll be able to make that time trial or not, but we're going to try to get our windmill built before then. So, let's put the tin bronze ingots back in here. Let's eat. We really don't have that much food left, but we'll get a handle on it. Let's hang up the path maker right here. Deposit the arrows. And then we need to go out there. We need to forage some berries for food because I don't have enough porridge left. And then we need to do some quarry work. There. Now I can see the head of every tool. I like that layout better because it just gives you a more accurate readout of what's there. And the saw, meant for base work, we'll just put right there. All right. Looking good. This barrel is not currently needed, but it will be later. Same with the trough. We'll put them down here as priority items. Same with the oak boards. I would love to do like a community poll to see who would prefer if I used conglomerate stone and who would prefer if I would use clay stone, because I'm personally pretty conflicted about it. I usually do wooden floors for stuff. So doing a stone floor would be very new and very strange to me, right? Oh, conglomerate matches more stuff because it's gray. Ugh, it has a very neutral color. So I could potentially even go for like a fanned cobblestone floor made out of the blue rock over here. Andesite, I think. Yeah, and it's hard for me, buddy. I don't know. I have a difficult time with that sort of stuff. I get analysis paralysis, but for now, we're just gonna collect a whole bunch of clay stone. I just gotta figure out where I found it. I think over here is probably my best bet at finding some. And I need to forage for some berries while I'm out there. Oh wow, right. I don't even need this oil lamp for my own personal use because I have a lantern for my own personal use. So we're just gonna leave this in the animal pen. Right. Andesite cobblestone. It looks blue at a glance, but it really just looks like a different form of gray when you look at it like you're looking at it like this. But yeah, I'd prefer to have claystone or conglomerate. More neutral colors for the months that are really colorful, like August. Or sorry, like fall, right? Autumn. The animal pen's looking nice, buddy. We have 2 pregnant female goats. I'm really hoping that we end up getting a female born from at least one of them. I just want one female that I have a chance of getting milk from. And we have to learn cheese making. I have no idea how to do that. Never had an opportunity to try. All right. Yeah, there we go. So we need to scavenge for some food on the way to where we're going. I gotta locate some berries. And it should go fine. Berries are in season in a plentiful extent. Very good yield. Yeah, berries are in plenty right now. I don't need to worry about cooking that much or having ingredients. We have a bunch of vegetables, but I'll hang on to those. The thing is, I'm not making pie yet. I could make a bunch of vegetable stews, but I really just care about vegetables for my nutrition. I don't really want to start burning through them as an actual food source. Not if there's berries everywhere. Anyway, if we are gonna find claystone, most likely it's gonna be over here. There's a bunch of sandstone over there. I found limestone too. That might be conglomerate rock as well. The availability of the conglomerate presents an interesting dilemma where it's like, do I want to use conglomerate just because we have it, right? But we'll take a look down here. I'll see if I can find a surplus of claystone or something. I see claystone right here, so most likely I could make a claystone quarry somewhere around here. We have andesite right here, but it becomes claystone in this area. Now let's see where this tunnel goes. It goes that way. So if I make a quarry right around here, it might be a relatively safe endeavor. Might be. But I need to go deeper. That becomes andesite right there. Let's go a little bit deeper, like one level deeper into this. There's really not a very big concentration of claystone here is the issue. We're looking for a dense concentration. Now this is a dense concentration. We just have to hope the mineral type doesn't change. It looks like it remains for a while. All right, we'll try to set up a quarry right here then. We might be able to pull it off. I should have brought another pickaxe. But at least we found a potential site. So I need to dig 4 blocks down right here. Oh, that immediately became andesite. Come on. Fuck. Can't catch a break. Yeah, we might have to just use conglomerate. I'm gonna seal that up for a second. Let's eat these blueberries here. Okay. So 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3. I need to break one more block down there. I didn't bring my hammer either for the quarry mod, so we're gonna have to go home for another pickaxe and a hammer anyway. And you know what? If I can only get like a little bit of claystone, then I guess that's fine. Maybe we'll try to do something like a claystone ashlar floor with granite. With conglomerate walls. Conglomerate cobblestone walls. Okay, I have a little staircase to get down here. There's some flint right here, which is kind of interesting. Hang on. Apparently I can break the flint with my bare hands, but... it takes a long time. Alright, well, you know what? Let's put these... I guess I shouldn't put the splitter plugs in yet. Only because I can't actually collect it. But let's clear the route for the splitter plugs. I need to get a feel for... oh, claystone sand. The water comes in. Yeah, fuck me. This is not our day with the claystone collection at all. I'm expecting more of that. Well, I had to fuck up the quarry harvest. Fuck. Oh my god, this is infuriating. Place the damn block there. Oh my god, I can't get it! Oh my god. This is... That won't do, but maybe now that I'm not floating, yeah, I can do that at least. Alright, let's grab these. I could theoretically set up a quarry in that direction, but I don't know how far it could go. The quarry situation is wild. All right. I want to watch that shit over here. Okay. So I'll go back, I'll grab another pickaxe, I'll grab a hammer, and then we should be able to do some quarry work for at least a little bit of claystone here. We'll get as much as we can without causing a dangerous cave-in and whatnot. Chris, hello buddy, welcome, how are you? Good morning. All right, let's head home. I'll grab these though. Grab the raft, sail back home. Oh, and let's take a look at this right here. Beehive kiln. I want to see an image of the block type. So the blue obviously can get you like the black blocks, the brown ones, the cream bricks. Now, the red clay bricks being made to be tan is honestly a pretty good looking block for walls. There's also brown. I might actually want to consider using that as some walls, at least maybe the walls for my house, and then maybe I could do like a clay stone cobblestone windmill. Right? So we're gonna open up creative and we're gonna put those two blocks kind of beside each other, see how they look in comparison. Shift is almost over, eh? Right on. Home free. Damn straight. All right, we made it to the other shore. Let's put the ore right there. /GMC. So we want to test out tan bricks. Large tan bricks running bond. Okay. That looks nice, buddy. I like that. That'd be a really nice house. And then we have to compare that with clay stone cobblestone. It's kind of a similar color. It is. That is pretty beautiful. Those large tan bricks. Now, what if I did claystone ashlar, which could also be an option? Kind of similar. What other hues are there? There is a brown hue, but I feel like the brown hue might be too dark, right? Those large tan bricks are nice though. That does look nice. It really does. In general, I just find that the beehive kiln produces the most beautiful blocks. Having these bricks, right? The most beautiful you can get. And honestly, these bricks would pair so well with an oak floor. So well. I can already tell. Damn. I'm basically wrong. But let's grab that. Delete that. So I don't think that these blocks are gonna do it. What about the brown bricks? There's orange bricks too, but that's kind of weird. What's this? Red clay brick. Why does, oh, result in pit kiln. Wow, so I could actually get these bricks just normally without doing a pit kiln. All right, let's check out the... What's the difference between the red and the default? The default looks like a... I don't know, they look the same to me. Let's open images of both. Yeah, they're exactly the same. All right, let's take a look at the brown, I guess. But I don't think the brown is gonna look any better than this, the running bond. No, yeah, the tan is definitely better. So we know that the large tan bricks look really good. That's definite. That's 100% that they look really, really good. Do I think I could mass produce these in order to make a windmill? Not necessarily. Some things are easier to craft than others. I know that I can make a fuck ton of ashlar blocks and cobblestone blocks. I also know that I can make polished stone, but I don't typically tend to prefer the aesthetic of polished. So I think let's keep taking a look at a couple more. Of course, there's obviously the cream bricks. Let's just lay one of those out. And then conglomerate ashlar with conglomerate cobbles. Hardest decision ever, bro. Like, for real. Now, one thing I can say is that having the conglomerate ashlar floor with the tan bricks as the wall might actually be pretty nice. I don't like the conglomerate cobblestone as a floor. It might work as a wall for my windmill. This as the wall of the house, conglomerate ashlar as the floor brick pattern, right? Like, that does look honestly pretty good. When I envision an entire house looking like that, it's not a bad look, right? And that would only require red clay rather than requiring blue for the cream bricks, right? We have far more red clay availability than we have blue clay availability. So it becomes more viable to do a nicer house build out of that. But I know for a fact that just the 2 blue clay nodes I have could probably make enough cream bricks to make a nice house with a 2nd story and a balcony. I've been looking up some builds and I want to try new builds. I feel like a windmill should be cobblestone. That just, it's the perfect aesthetic for a windmill, right? And I am thinking that I do like the look of the conglomerate cobblestone for that purpose. The claystone cobblestone looks good. And the color kind of matches the tan bricks. Very difficult decision. And then let's see the cream running bond bricks. Right here. Next to that. Kinda too bright. Looks too much like our previous house for me to want to use it, right? But I do really like that aesthetic. Do I want to use the conglomerate or the cobblestone? I feel like the conglomerate right here, for some reason, it's a better match to the large tan bricks. It seems like there's an appropriate level of contrast there, whereas these look too uncomfortably similar, if that makes sense, right? Like these look too similar. And I feel like if I had the contrast of conglomerate cobblestone windmill with large tan brick house, that it might turn out better. You guys have any thoughts on this? Because I'm like, I've got analysis paralysis hard right now. Like real bad, you know? I'm struggling, buddy. This is so hard. Knowing all the different block types and how to make them, I thought that I would have an easier time building a house, not a harder time, but now it's about what should I use out of all the options rather than what do I know how to make, you know? There's also kind of a wild card in the form of Chert. Chert looks fucking amazing. But Chert is one of those kind of, it seems like a standalone type. Yeah, we're looking primarily for like what might be considered complementary colors. Now, I will say the claystone, cobblestone, and the cream looks really fucking good. So if I had like claystone, cobblestone walls with a cream floor, for example, that could be beautiful for our windmill, right? We wouldn't need that many cream bricks either. It'd be very simple to get enough. And then thinking about the house, so hard. These just look beautiful. It's so hard. Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna have to choose. We have an abundance of wood available. There's the possibility of a wooden floor. I really like the idea of having bricks as the walls of the house. These just look amazing, buddy. It comes down to tan or cream bricks for the walls, but given how much I love this color combination, I might go with it. And the conglomerate ashlar does seem to go really well with that. Large tan bricks running bond. Yeah, let's get a feel for this right here. Let's like take a good look. God, there's a part of me that's like, dude, just go ham show. Make a cream brick floor and a tan brick wall for your house, right? That the wall and floor situation is crazy. Cream bricks definitely work the best as a beautiful floor with pretty much every type of block I can think of. They do work best. I don't like the large brick look at all. The cobblestone is really nice. I'm honestly thinking maybe we just do a large cream brick floor for the house and the windmill. And then we do large tan bricks for the house and conglomerate cobblestone for the windmill. I think when I look at all the options side by side, that's where I want to go. So large tan bricks and conglomerate cobblestone. That means that we don't technically need the clay stone. We're gonna need red clay, blue clay for the floors, not much for the floors, not much at all, really. And conglomerate cobblestone for the walls. We'll need more red clay, but that's for the house, not for the windmill. So making conglomerate cobblestone for the entirety of the windmill won't be too bad. Again, that's just more clay with more stone. And conglomerate stone, I have found, I could probably find enough for a quarry somewhere. Yeah, the granite just doesn't look as good. When you put it beside the conglomerate, it becomes very obvious, because when you look at these, the granite is more gray, but it has those brown spots in it. But I have a lot of granite right now, so if I really wanted to just make it, I could. Yeah, you know what? I've changed my mind. I definitely I'm keeping the large tan bricks. That's a great idea for the house. But we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna use cobblestone. Granite cobblestone for the windmill. Because honestly, using the cream bricks as a floor, with the tan bricks as walls, and with the granite cobblestone as walls, it's like it works. It really works. Even though it looks a little bit like the granite cobblestone is dirty, it has that beautiful, just rocky tone that I think really works well with it. You know? And if you compare it with the conglomerate cobblestone, it looks almost cleaner. I don't know. Zuzi, I need your opinion. I need your opinion on the colors for the house and stuff. Well, this is for the windmill, okay? So I have this wall or this wall with this floor.
Which floor?
The cream bricks is the floor. So like, yeah.
Oh, and this is the floor?
Yeah, which wall with this floor for the windmill? I'm leaning toward granite, but I'm also kind of conflicted with this. Like, I feel like this is a better contrast.
I feel like you should be using the lamp because this is kind of yellow. I don't know. I like the contrast
Between these?
these two.
Yeah, me too. And, well, the thing is, there's also these tan bricks right here. Large tan. Large tan bricks running bond right here. So there's also this, which That contrast might even look a little better. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of, right?
Looks better.
So what if okay. So I do, this is my windmill, is I have the large tan bricks as the floor with the granite cobblestone as the walls. And then for my house, I do the large tan bricks as the walls with the cream running bond. So yeah, hopefully, Zuzi, we have a little bit of a solution here. I've been struggling with this for ages, but so now for the house, I was thinking about doing this, where I have the tan brick walls and then the cream brick floor.
Can you do the light cream? Can you do light cream walls and have the floor?
I can. Yeah. Okay. Been the hardest decision. Chat's been a ghost town. They're not helping. They're not helping. They're not helping me get over this analysis paralysis plaguing my very soul. But that does look nice. It does. Yeah, granite cobblestone as the windmill with cream bricks as that. And if I invert it, and what would look better next to each other? A windmill of this and that house, or a windmill of this and that house? Such a tough choice, man. Such a tough choice. It's only for life. It's only for life if we get it wrong. And having a granite cobblestone floor with these walls, it doesn't actually look half bad. All right, well, this is definitely our windmill, so let's write this down. Granite cobblestone walls and large tan brick floor for the windmill. Along with... No one's saying I have to do a stone floor either. Honestly, if I want to switch it up with the floor, let's try putting, like, oak slabs. Or oak planks. An oak slab floor with the large cream bricks wall it was perfect, man. It was truly perfect. I think this might do. I think this might do. We can always change the floor if we decide to. There is something nice about having a different texture, like, you know, having bricks as the wall and the floor is always going to be a little bit weird. And there's something nice about having a variance, so you have like the cobble wall with the brick floor, right? Yeah, I'm really glad we figured out the windmill. And honestly, it does look like wood might be the right call for the floor here. It looks like it. Definitely looks like it. I don't want to spend too much more time just sort of chilling here, though. There are a lot of other floor types, but not that many. So let's just lay out a couple and take a look and see if there's anything else. That looks nice. Ooh, large cream bricks with a birch floor. It's kind of brighter, right? So birch is a very strong contender. Let's put a pine floor underneath this. And then a pine floor under here. Pine looks good with that. It does. Really stands out. But I feel like I did pine floors to death. Kapok? The hell's a kapok? Alright, thankfully, there's really not that many types of wood to choose from, so it's like you have what's here. So we'll put all three, and then we'll decide that way. And grab some oak planks right here, and then lay that out at the edges. All right, so comparing these, yeah, oak seems to win out. When I look at all three, oak is like easier on the eyes, right? So I think we're gonna do large cream bricks for the house with oak plank flooring. Yeah. Large cream brick house walls with oak plank house flooring. That's it. That's our decision right there. All right, let's get rid of all this stuff. Delete these because we, you know, generated them. We don't want to keep them. And enter survival mode again. So that's it. Oh, wow. Yeah, let's go back home. We know what we're building our base out of. We wrote it down. We got it saved and ready. Yeah. We are going to need a beehive kiln for the floors of the windmill and the walls of the house, which was part of the plan anyway. We're just sticking to it, and we refined our choice of blocks. No babies in the pen yet. Not yet. So we are gonna need... we already have 4 large stone granite slabs, so I am so glad that we decided to build the, you know, if we're using granite, easy peasy. We even already have a granite like quarry right over here. Easy peasy, we can get more. Lickety split, buddy. Where is our granite quarry? It would have been, yeah, right here. Granite quarry. Okay. As far as the clay goes, that's not going to be too hard. We're barely going to need any, but we will need a beehive kiln in order to get it done. So for that, we're going to need iron. For that, we're going to need our windmill. So I'm going to build the windmill first, and we'll set up our hell of hammers and whatnot. We're going to do it really freaking high. And then we can build the floors in post, as well as the walls of the house, once we have the beehive kiln and we're able to mass produce those things, right? So for now, we pivot and we shift into going really hard on the windmill with our decision finally made. Damn straight. Okay. So in order to do that, I'm gonna need to forge a rubble hammer in order to get a whole bunch of stone for making cobblestone. So let's forge a rubble hammer, possibly even two, because it's gonna go fast if I just keep on using it. Yeah, we'll make two. And at the same time, I'll make another lantern. Unless there's any other tools that I can detect I may need more of, which I don't think so. Maybe a backup pickaxe, actually. Yeah. All right, I'll make a backup pickaxe and a second bronze spear. Or a bronze knife? Bronze spear. I can replace the knife pretty easy, but we're gonna want a strong spear when this copper one's busted and it's got 18 durability left. All right, so spear, pickaxe, and 2 rubble hammers. All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
See them, so she was very.
All right. Sounds fair.
Yeah. Said that she.
Okay. Okay, so 2 rubble hammers. Interesting tool to make. It's gonna be easier if I actually just use these blocks first and then push the other ones over. Yeah, like this. There's one. Now let's make another rubble hammerhead. Now a pickaxe and a spearhead.
It's okay, sweetie. You should lay down, watch your show. And maybe fasting isn't helping right now. If you want to eat a breakfast or something, just fry up some eggs. Or lunch.
Lunch too.
Okay.
We don't go.
Alright.
I put on one.
Alright, sounds good to me. You know, I love more coffee. Yeah.
She passed me some. Like if you
And pickaxe. Yeah, I heard that. Susie's not feeling well, guys. She's, you know, it's the flu she was battling, and she had this moment where she was like, oh, why am I wearing a bra? Hey, every woman in chat's gonna get it. Yeah. Yeah. Getting sick sucks. Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and delete this copper spear, and we'll start using both tin bronze ones for general purpose hunting. The tin bronze splitter plugs we don't need right now, thankfully, since we reconsidered our choices for the house construction. Now we just have to use the rubble hammer and get a shitload of granite rock by breaking these stone slabs. So let's take these outside for processing. Hell yeah. The tool rack has 2 racks. I thought it could just hold 2 tools. Yeah, buddy, it's got 4 racks, like 4 slots. Yeah. The revelation situation is crazy. Oh man. Well, there were some things that I went a really long time without learning. I'm drawing a blank as to what, but like really basic shit. Like I played for 500 hours. Oh, I didn't know that you could, look at this, right? So you go to the bucket. I thought that I needed flax twine to craft a bucket. So I always used flax twine, right? But you can just use rope. Like it's right here, but I never waited long enough to see that you could use rope instead of flax twine. For 500 hours, I didn't see that. Like, oh, this is nice. Can you imagine all the pickaxe durability that we would have ended up losing if we had used a pickaxe instead to mine all those rocks? These prepared hides are ready for transport into the strong tannin batches, so let's get those in. That'll become 25 leather after 4.5 days. That'll also become 25 leather after 4.5 days. And this will become 24 leather after 4.5 days. Beautiful. Yeah, we did good. First batch of leather is officially nearly done. I feel like it's really weird to say officially nearly done.
but I'm sticking with it. I chose violence that day. Yeah, and if we need more granite for building the windmill, if we want to get more height, I'm gonna look up. Now that I have access to a map, it's really, really useful because I can actually use the coordinate feature. And with the coordinate feature, I'm actually going to be able to look at my height at any given time, right? And that's going to allow me to know how high above sea level I currently am, which is going to allow me to really max out my windmill height, you know? No, true. Yeah, for real. You can use a rope to craft a bucket. So you're in that same camp as me then, where you never really noticed that was possible, eh? Yeah, you can use rope, buddy. Yeah. Always has been. All right, we already broke one rubble hammer. Let's go grab the other one. I really wish that you could make small granite bricks, right? Like, I don't like how the granite blocks are so large, because I would feasibly consider doing like a... You guys know how the cream bricks look and the tan bricks? They're like small stacked bricks with the mortar in between. They look real nice. I wish you could do something like that with stone. It's not a deal breaker, like it's fine, you know, we deal with it, but it's just one of those things I wish was in the game. All right, we have a shitload of granite stone, so we can just start banging out a whole bunch of granite cobblestone and get started on the windmill efforts. All right, so for that, we're gonna need a shitload of clay, which we do have, thankfully, in considerably great abundance. Let's deposit some of this food here so it doesn't all spoil too fast. We're using all of the granite all at once. Let's divide those. Close that. Okay, I just made fucking 4 stacks of granite cobblestone right there, and we got more coming in right now. Oh my, that's beautiful. Okay. Look at all that, dude. Fucking crazy. All right, let's deposit the granite cobblestone in here. So we have 4, 5, 6, 7 stacks of granite cobblestone. That's a respectable start. And with the quarry already made, we can get more at the drop of a hat, right? So as far as where the windmill goes, I was thinking of putting it right here. I'm gonna do a narrow-ish windmill. What were the dimensions of my prior windmill? I made it pretty big, but the top ended up bigger than the bottom. I don't know what the exact measurements were, but I do know that there has to be like a midway point everywhere in there. So we can either do like a 9x9 or an 11x11 room. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we'll put it right here. We seemingly have like the perfectly sized plot of land for it, so I will need to get more dirt. However, we always need more dirt. I'm always lacking it. It's amazing. It's fucking everywhere. It's the most common resource in the game, and I'm always missing it. Let's grab these barrels. All right. Check for the babies, see if they're born. I do not see any babies. All right, fair enough. Still pregnant, still chilling. Like yo mama. All right, let's begin. So we'll put the corner right here. Here you go. Yeah. Granite cobblestone. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is 11 blocks right there. All right. Let's move these barrels. Right up here. I'm really glad we can move those. All right, and then we're gonna have to fill this in. Let's grab some dirt. I have a feeling like we're probably going to be putting our beehive kiln somewhere over here, as well as our steel processing operation. I don't know though. We are going to want some stuff down there. Maybe. All right, we got plenty of dirt. All right. We're gonna dig this out, and when I build my house, we're gonna dig out all the ground underneath and flatten this to get the house level with this path, I think. Oh, okay, we'll be building it here. And then we'll extend that path up to the front door. Yep. So we're gonna be getting rid of all this right here. And I'll just put cobblestone underneath. Now, we don't need to build the entirety of the walls going all the way up. What we have to build is just 4 corners. So we'll save on cobblestone getting our windmill operational. And then when we have more time and less to do, that is when we're gonna fill in the walls of our windmill and truly get it finished. But there will be a long period of time where that isn't really necessary. Anyway, this shovel's about to be kaput. We'll have to replace it. Okay. I'll have the cauliflower and egg mix. Yeah, please, thank you. Thank you, sweetie. We have such a massive workshop that I might actually be able to do my kitchen and my workshop in the same place. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just thinking the workshop is so big that we're gonna want to try to find something that we can do with it, like above and beyond just the mechanical stuff. Maybe we could do leather processing in here. We'll see. I definitely went much larger on the build this time than last time. Much larger. All right. Now we need the corners. And I'm gonna need to see first what sea level is exactly in this world. It's like what, 110? Sea level is 110, yep. At Y level 121 and above, it starts to get a speed bonus. So we're gonna want to reach Y level 170. We may, I'm hoping that we'll always have wind if we build high enough, but apparently that might not be the case. Either way, we're going up to Y level 170. We figured that out. It is going to take a lot of blocks, at least a stack per pillar. Let's eat. Deposit the dirt. And I'm going to need at least that many ladders. At least like 70, right? Or wait, we're going up to 170. It starts at 121. I'm gonna need 50 ladders. Which may require more sticks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, let's deposit the cobblestone. And let's go get those sticks. We got plenty of maples over here. Probably gonna cut them down in the process of getting sticks. Kind of hoping we find some berries out here because I brought nothing to eat. We have blueberries right here. Perfect. A whole bunch of them too. That'll cover our hunger while we do this. love how it literally just hits me and starts leaving. Like, what? Oh, here it is. All right. Oh, great. Well, now you have to die, buddy. Was it worth it? You could have left me alone. 100% that was in the cards. Rip Bozo. You got what Renee Good deserved. All right. Oh, we got another one. We got another person here comparing ice to Gestapo. Rip. All right, let's get back up. Medium rift activity. But we're probably going to see a lot of spawns. Medium actually gets quite a bit sometimes. Grab these. Collect all the fallen sticks. And cut the sucker down. All right, let's eat. Oh, Triro, you think that's annoying? You should try playing as a blackguard. Yeah, the blackguard actually, he has a debuff to his foraging, and the debuff applies to when you try to get sap off a tree. So you'll try to collect the sap off a tree and it'll just disappear. It'll respawn later, but you won't get it after, like, when you try to harvest it. It's so bad, dude. I really have no idea how many sticks I'm gonna need, but I do know that I need like 51 ladders, so we'll craft them and then get more sticks as needed. Oh, you always play as a commoner? Yeah, well, honestly, buddy, you shouldn't be cutting down trees that have resin on them anyway. You should just be going up to the resin and right-clicking it to collect the resin off the tree. And something that you need to know, Triro, is that not all pines will produce resin. If you plant pines, those will never produce resin. The only resin you can find is the resin on trees. That are naturally generated when you create the world. So if you keep cutting down the resin trees, you're killing the resin supply. Yeah, you shouldn't cut down the resin trees. Cut down other trees. The resin, you have to go up to it and hold right click to take it off the log. Then you'll never lose any. All right, we have enough ladders. Let's get home. Oh my, there's copper bits right here. Look at that. I don't even care about it though. With the rift activity being the way it is, I don't really feel safe poling up anywhere. But like, it depends on whether or not I'm gonna get shot off the fucking ladder by an errant spear chucker, right? So, Bowtorn. Let's see here. Maple seeds we'll put right here. I got the food. All right, let's tower up. So I need to reach a height of, I think, 171. I might honestly reduce the size of this a little bit. It's a little excessive, honestly. I kind of overdid it with the dimensions. We'll just shave off a little bit. And then I have to do the same thing going this way. Alright, so let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Interior space. 11 block width. One, two, three. I do have a sneaking suspicion. Yeah, you know what? This is the same dimensions as it was previously. All right, yeah, I'm gonna undo what I did. We're gonna expand it again. I just want to think carefully about this stuff, right? Like, I don't want to end up with a situation where I create exactly what I did last time. I do want to have more space in there, but yeah. Even if it wastes pickaxe durability, I'm still happy that I'm thinking about it and not just doing it haphazardly, right? With no consideration. All right, let's build the pillars. This is gonna take some doing. Hopefully we don't get attacked in the process. Now, max windmill height, vintage story. So the bonus caps at 50% above Y170. All right. We are standing at 173. So this is an appropriate height. It's really fucking high. We have to do this 4 more times. I'm gonna grab these ladders on the way down. Alright, I have all 51 of my ladders. Now let's do it again. And let's eat. Yeah. Resin? Well, you said tree saps, right? I assumed that by tree sap you meant resin. I mean, I don't even think... Yeah, sap isn't even like in the game, so the only logical conclusion is that you were talking about resin. It's my advanced learning model. Yeah, Google programmed me really well, didn't they? I'm actually Grok. I'm Grok in human form. Mecha Hitler will rise. What? I'm joking. All right, we have an equal height between these pillars now. We got to do it again. As long as we got 51 ladders, we got all of them. Which we do. Let's do the other 2 pillars now. Oh yeah, we are high up. I can't wait to see this like during the day, you know? Anyway, let's head back down. Grab the ladders. I'll leave one ladder, but not this one. The final pillar. That's where we'll leave the ladders. Okay, we've achieved maximum windmill height. Now we need to create like a floor up here. I need to be so fucking careful as I do this. I have the step up mod enabled, which if I was to step on a block, it would disable my crouch protection, you know? I don't really know if there's a way to enable or disable step up client side, like in the game, but okay, that's one done. This is pretty nerve-wracking. Anyway, I don't really think I need the lantern in my offhand anymore. We pretty much have sufficient lighting. We're almost out of cobblestone. Oh yeah, look at the view from up here. That's crazy. All right. Well, it's not an oversight for the... It's an oversight for the mod. Yeah. It's not an oversight for the game itself, but the mod has no protection against... like, if I'm crouching, this is the problem with step up, right? If I'm crouching in vanilla, I can't fall off a block, right? I can't fall off this block, but if I get too close to this wall, step up kicks in, and then I can fall, right? So if that happens way up there at the top of the windmill, that could kill me. Scary shit. Anyway, we can harvest the bees now. Let's do that. Hang up the shears. And I'll hang that up for now. Why is my cook pot dirty? It's because I made candles in it. You end up with a ruined cooking pot when you make candles or glue in a cooking pot. And at that point, it can no longer be used for cooking food. Okay, there we go. The flax is still stage 7 out of 9, so our windmill, we're very ahead of the game there where that's concerned. The onions are grown. I don't know if all of them are, but it looks like it. Yeah, we can harvest these. I wonder if we have anything to rotate into this spot right here. Although I might not want to. We could plant K or N crops there. But I might want to save that entire crop plot for flax. Although we did deplete K soil right there, and we've depleted K soil right here with the carrots that we planted. Let's plant more rye. Because I think the onions were P nutrients and the rye is N. Yeah. There we go. Honeycombs. Honeycombs. All right, let's deposit these with the onions. We'll eat these black currant berries now. Anyway, I'll easily be able to finish that windmill later. When the time comes, I can fill in the walls. For now, I'm gonna want to try to enclose a room. Yeah, we'll do more quarry work to get more granite. After. I'm gonna want a higher ceiling this time than I had last time. I am eventually gonna want the door to be right here, but I'm gonna have to temporarily put the door right there. Maybe I could have the path leave through the front door and then wind over here, type thing. That could work, yeah. Have a little fork in the road, leads up to the entrance here. Yeah, possible. All right. We are pretty well ahead of schedule now. We're doing a really good job. I'm probably gonna want to go visit the quarry. Continue to get more of that done. The babies still aren't born yet. I'm dying to find out if we're gonna get a female or if we're gonna get screwed over and only get like 2 males out of the deal, you know? What am I building? I'm building a windmill for mechanical power. Yeah. It's got to be really tall because the wind gets better the higher that you go. 170 blocks is the maximum height that you benefit from. All right, let's grab our splitter plugs as well as our hammer. And let's go get more granite. We're gonna need a lot more. A lot more. My granite mine is down there, on the other side of this mountain. And I'm gonna want to start trying to kill almost every animal I see. Any animal that might yield me fat. We're gonna need a lot of fat and resin in order to build our windmill. More than I'm comfortable with. Raccoon, he might drop some fat. Quarry is in view. And there's goats nearby, as well as some foxes. We're gonna hunt the animals in the area first, try to get some fat, and then we will do the quarry work. I'm never getting fat from small rodents in this playthrough. I remember getting a lot more in prior playthroughs from small animals, but maybe I was just getting lucky. Maybe the chance is like exceedingly low. And I just got many good rolls in a row, so I never really recognized it. Where are you going? We'll let him come back. If I can run those goats into my quarry, they're fucked. Like, screwed with a capital F. They won't even be able to get away, so... I just gotta stay back. Nice, we got one. Come on, give me fat. It all comes down to that fat. That's what I need. Okay, let's eat these, make some space. We're gonna need that chest off our back. Don't need the water or the bowl. Let's deposit, I guess the shovel and the axe for now. I don't need those either. Support beams. All right. Hell yeah. Got another fat. That's all the good stuff. I'll shit a brick if I get 2 fat from one of the animals that we hunt. Yeah, moving target. I got 2 fat from that one. I guess I have a brick I have to shit. So Zuzi, didn't we make a coffee? I'll go pour it for us. Zuzi's watching her show and it's so romantic that she's bawling her eyes out right now.
This is romance.
Oh, it's wholesome apparently rather than romance.
Obviously.
Are you smoking weed, Triro? I got a distinct feeling that you're smoking weed today. Alright, what's this? Looks like we have a wolf that we can hunt. Got it. If it gets me more fat, it's definitely worth it. I see... Is that a tree or a wild animal over there? That's a tree. I'm not really seeing any more wild animals here that we could hunt, but we did a really great job getting extra fat. We have 5 fat now. I mean, that gets me 10 more axles, right? We need 50 axles. And that says nothing about the other stuff we're gonna need fat for, so... Gotta get as much as possible. Absolutely not. I guess you're just energetic today, huh? I'm preparing a massive mining operation real quick. Like a really big clear. A very big one. Yeah, we're gonna be able to get a shitload of granite way faster than we would otherwise have to. But you're on heavy fent and meth. You got the fent lean going on, huh? Damn straight. We gotta keep clearing this out. We get a decent amount of granite cobblestone or granite rocks just by preparing to do the mining operation with the quarry tools, but then we get so much more with the quarry tools, right? I really love the system. I do. The quarry mod could be vanilla, and I'd be pretty happy with it. I wonder if the devs would consider making it vanilla. It took me a long time to start using it, but once you do, and once you've expended the effort to learn what the quarry mod entails, what it allows, what it offers you, it really feels like it belongs. It's so convenient. It still requires work. Like, you have to work in order to get good results. You know, you still have shit that you gotta do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Takes a lot of setup. Yeah, I've used just about a third of my pickaxe's durability just clearing away the top layers so that I'll be able to quarry the bottom. Okay, we cleared out a whole bunch of the top layer, and now we can start doing the quarry stuff. I'll start by trimming this part right here. Good. And now that we've preemptively cleared out a lot of the top, all we have to do is just keep on placing the plugs and keep on going, right? We can even do that over there when we're done with this one. Okay, so I actually widened our excavation path, so now we can start to double back that way and just widen the hallway, you know? All right, so I think in the interest of not wasting my time, we are gonna dig all of that. I'm probably gonna need another pickaxe to actually finish. I'll get as far as I can, and I'll do it in batches of 4. So that if our pickaxe does break, we'll at least be able to get as many stone slabs as possible before we depart, right? Oh, right. I should be harvesting the top first. I could still cause a cave in here. We do not want that. Not at all. Alright. I have to get that chest off my back. Put it down. Grab the shovel. Alright, so I'm gonna set up the plugs. But then we're just gonna keep on going. Okay, that's another excavation. Another one. Yeah, all I know for sure, beyond the shadow of a doubt, is that it's going to take a shitload of cobblestone to really finish that windmill. On a long enough timeline, we'll get our hands on some glass. And with the glass, we'll be able to make nice windows, you know, put some lanterns up there, light it up the same way that we did for our windmill in the previous series. Oh, shit. Oh, you fuck. You thought you were so slick. We have enough durability on our pickaxe to get all the way through, I think. Because it's 32 durability on the pickaxe every time I clear another section for quarrying. And once I get back home, I'll be able to make some meat stew. I'm probably going to do like a meat and vegetable stew so that we can get both nutrient scores up at the same time. Because both are a little lacking. Our grain nutrition is just going to be steadily decreasing for a while. Until we get our first harvest of grain. Okay. Yeah. Oh, man, we're gonna get all the way over there. Let's eat. I used an entire pickaxe just doing quarry work, just getting granite stone. And now we only have to do one more clearing, and then it's nothing but quarry work all the way down the line. There it is. All right. An entire pickaxe later, and we're finally ready. All right, let's begin. Yeah, it's nighttime. Their spawns are amped up a little bit. All right, we have sufficiently eaten. I have never done mass quarrying to this extent before. Never. I never have. In the same way that I never did mass smelting, such as I did it in this playthrough. Like this playthrough, I have been applying everything I learned in every single playthrough, and I've been working borderline like industrially the whole time, you know? Huge yields, huge production, large batches all at once. No pussyfooting around small quantities. 2, 3, 4. Anyway, on the way through, I can... You know what? I'll gather all this after we're done. All the dirt that we're leaving here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I got 50% more stone than I did last time. I have the equivalent of 128, 32, 192 granite rocks. Okay, pickaxe is broken. Let's gather all this. Yeah, buddy, you can, as long as you're being really careful about structural stability. You can. Yeah, it's the structural stability that ends up killing most people. Can I amalgamate anything here? Not really, no. We're just gonna have to pick and choose stuff that's staying behind. So I'll delete that low fertility soil. That's an obvious one. Put the knife there. Grab these. And it looks like we're good to go now. We're not leaving anything behind. We got a lot done. I have 4 stacks of granite stone, as well as 12 large stone slabs and 2 small stone slabs. Yeah, let's go back home. Now, if I was to go into that mine, Triro, and I was to break a block on the ceiling, I would probably cause like a lethal cave-in. A devastating cave-in. No babies yet. The female goats are still pregnant. We're definitely going to need to craft more rubble hammers for all of this. Okay. Deposit the flax fibers. Blech. I'll just cook the meat, but with vegetables. I don't know how much fuel is going to be required for a meat and vegetable mix. All right, deposit the hammer. Grab the rubble hammer. And I guess let's get started on gathering this shit. Man, we have way more slabs. This is nice. Yeah, we have a lot of granite rock. We are gonna need another one of these rubble hammers in order to process it all, though. And I'm gonna have to let myself go hungry for a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that those need more fuel. A whole bunch of granite. Very nice. Put that chest down, grab the bowl. We're gonna need it. Come on. Taking a long time to cook. Let's put this bush meat right here so it spoils. All right, let's eat. And let's use a bandage, top up our HP. Our protein and vegetable scores will replenish. I got 5 more fat. We have 29 in total. Put that on my back. I think that one rubble hammer might be able to get all these if I use this leftover durability on it. Not really sure. I don't know if I should craft 2 or not. Let's heat up the ingots and get ready for some metallurgy. I might want to make another hammer at this stage. So let's smith a hammer and then another knife to replace this one later. Followed by, I guess, 2 rubble hammers. We don't know how much we're gonna need. You know what? No. 1 rubble hammer, a regular hammer, and then a pickaxe and a knife. Rubble hammer, hammer, pickaxe, knife. Pickaxe first. Now for a knife. Now a regular hammer. And lastly, a rubble hammer. All right. Done. All right, so let's just go ahead and make as much cobblestone as I can right now. I'll put my chest down right here and clear the inventory to make this a little bit simpler. Actually, it'll be easier if I get a little bit more stone. Yeah, it will be. Let's grab that. Put it here. I need to fill up that stack. So I need like 80 more. 80 more stone. Let's use the rubble hammer and get that. Oh, this is gonna be nice. Boom. Boom. Quickest 8 cobblestone stacks I've ever gotten. It looks like the flax is approaching growth stage 7. I think it might be like 7 out of 8. Let's get up here. Hop down. All right, let's put our ceiling right there. Wonderful. There we go. All right, we have the interior of our workshop all done. Now we can build as much of the walls as possible. Don't really feel safe doing it with a portal right there though, because all it would take is for a Bowtorn to spawn in and shoot me down, and I'm looking at a lot of damage or possibly even death. So we're not going to build up the walls right now. I will, however, climb the ladder. Oh my god, that's marginally sus. Yeah, we're gonna go up to the top and we're gonna do the floor. Let's eat. Meat and vegetable stew. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared about a Bowtorn's range. I don't know how far it can shoot exactly, but I'd be pretty distressed if it could shoot me from like all the way down there. All right, that's the exact midway point right there. That's where all the windmills are going to be feeding to. Beautiful. Okay. Now let's get the hell down there. Still no babies yet. Anyway, we'll continue working on the walls later when there's not a portal right beside them. All right, and let's store this food to make sure that it doesn't go bad before I've had a chance to comfortably eat it. And then let's put this reed chest on our back. We have a backup knife right here. I'll just leave it on the shelf for now. I suppose this shelf. All right, now I need to start crafting the required shit for the windmill itself. Now we're gonna need a lot more fat. Axles require fat but no resin. These are gonna be really expensive. Let's craft the gear wheels now. I'm gonna need 8 large gear sections, I believe. Yes, I will. So hammer, chisel, resin, board, sticks. Hammer, chisel, saw, resin, board, sticks. Hammer, chisel, saw, resin, board, sticks. Okay. Oh yeah, the resin. Grab it. I don't have enough sticks to finish. Looks like I'm gonna need 24 more. All right, let's go grab 24 sticks. And our saw just got decimated by that work order. We'll need a new one soon. The hell was that? Thought I heard an animal or something. Oh, the deer down there. Fair enough. Nailed it. And we instigated aggression. Alright, we got it to run away. It's mostly dead, but we are gonna have to grab the spear and finish it off. Son of a bitch. It won't make it easy. Fuck. There's no fucking way he runs that fast in water, dude. Look at that. Oh my god, where is he going? That is janky ass shit, dude. What in the fuck? I'm gonna keep an eye on him. I want to see how this evolves. I want to see how this situation changes. So he basically just abandoned his baby outright. Doesn't give a fuck about it. I don't know how I kill that exactly. We'll go for a little swim. I can get close to it. Like, I can throw the spear, but in the water, I'm unlikely to hit it. Look at this fucking guy. Aha, there's projectile interference in the water, which makes perfect sense. Yeah, it's what you get. Inventory's kind of ragged, though. All right, let's delete the stick. Equip the lantern to the offhand, and then I can take that stuff. I need to get air. I did get 2 fat from that, though, which is what I was hoping for. It's the best case. I'm gonna put the bowl there. Grab the bones. And then when I get back, I can remove the bowl from that menu, as long as I don't delete anything else. Finally made it home and got to have your coffee. Right on. That's a good feeling. Good part of the day. Getting 2 fat was really clutch from that deer. We need to get a lot more fat and a lot more resin. I think that's our first tree that we planted that's now grown. And the portal is now gone from here, so I could consider working on the walls. Alright, let's just go get some sticks. And let's hope we don't run into an animal, otherwise I'm just gonna have the same inventory problems again. Although I do have the chest on my back. If I kill an animal on land, I can do the inventory work, no problem, but I couldn't really access the chest in the water. Large gear wheel. How many sticks do I need exactly for this? 24. I need 24 sticks. And although I probably will need more sticks later, well, definitely will, I'm gonna get an exact amount just because I already have everything in my inventory that I need to craft it, and I don't want to store this stuff only to have to get it out again. That's why I'm not like mass gathering sticks right now. Anyway, let's take that maple seed, 2 of them, and then let's get back to base. I really hope that my saw has enough durability to make these last gear wheel pieces. We'll see. The leather's gonna be done in another 2.5 days. All right, deposit the tree seeds. We're gonna want to plant those pretty soon. Now, let's try to craft this stuff. Nice. Okay, we got it. 8 large gear sections. Now we can deposit all the surplus stuff. Our tin bronze saw is basically broken at this point. We'll need a replacement. Now, I need boards, axles, and the gear sections themselves. So this is the point where I have to do the axles, at least a bunch of them. I need wood, fat, chisel, and hammer. All right, that's all we're gonna make for now. And we have the 2 large wooden gears that we need. And then we need to make the rotor. We're gonna need 4 rotors, which is 4 lumps of fat, 4 resin, and then 8 wood. My hammer's almost broken, but I did craft a replacement just recently, so we're good. This hammer doesn't have the durability to finish the job. Let's put it on the shelf, grab the other one. All right. Now let's climb up to the top. And we'll try to begin setting things up. How do you get double chests? You have to craft the single chests, and then you combine 2 single chests in your crafting grid. Basically, just like pick up, you know, with your mouse, pick up 2 small chests, and you don't have to have them like beside each other in the crafting grid. You can just have them both in one tile. Okay, we have the large gear right there. Straight on. Straight on. All right, we have it ready. I can put the sails on there. Now let's try to connect them all. I didn't make any gear wheels yet, which we will have to do. I'll need more axles up here. Oh, I can't really reach that. Oh, that's marginally sus. When we had the smaller build, I was able to just barely reach it. This time, it could be harder. What I might want to do is try to move the ladder over to the side somewhere. Build one more pillar up here, and then when I descend the ladder, maybe I'll be able to reach it. Okay. So let's grab these ladders, grab more granite, cobblestone, pillar up there. Make a new ladder in a new place where we might be able to reach that, and then grab the wooden axles. And I need to craft some gears, small gears, angled gears. Yeah, this shit is so expensive, dude. It's gonna take a long time to actually get everything up and running. We're gonna need more resin and more fat, for sure. So, I need more sticks and a new saw. So at this point, we're gonna take a break from crafting our windmill, and I'm gonna go into item collection mode. However, I am going to go up one more time and try to build this ladder and see if it can reach. Most likely it'll be able to. What I can do to find out is place this large gear wheel right here. And then with that gear wheel placed, This way. Please be able to reach it, dude. Oh my god, I don't think I can. That is crazy. The can't build it situation is fucking crazy. All right. Oh, this is gonna be so sus to build, dude. Can I can stand on these. It's not really safe, but I could go like this and pull up, but I'll have to move that stuff up there. And I shouldn't even bother trying to do it until I know I have enough axles to reach the top. So for now, we pretty much just have to take a break. But we have the muscles and bones done. We just need the skin around it. So I'm going to get smithing. I'm gonna make a new saw, and we're gonna make a new set of shears. And a new hammer. Right. I broke my pickaxe, so I'll make another pickaxe too. Yeah, I should have another spare pickaxe. We're gonna need a lot of quartz. So, I mean, just getting ahead of that anytime is smart. Okay. So with this work order right here, I'm making a new pickaxe, a new hammer, a new saw, and a new set of shears. How's the scythe looking? F. It'll do for now. Let's start with the hammer. I can heavy hit those to save time. That's pretty good to know. All right, we technically have 2 hammers now. Let's make a new set of shears. Shears are pretty annoying to make, but we'll do what we can. I'm gonna rotate it this way. And then... A binding durability buff? I have no idea what you mean, buddy. All right, saw blade. There's only one thing you can actually do that is remotely like what you're talking about, I think. When you're making a flint knife or a flint axe, you can use a bone as the handle instead of the stick. And that gives it a little bit more durability. Yeah, it might be a mod on the server. All the tools are now cooled. Cool tools. I only have one stick. We'll make the hammer, hang it on the wall. Then we'll need to get more sticks to make these tools right here. What I'll do is I will leave behind this pickaxe, and then this one will be the one that we keep after I've built it. I got our other crock of food. All right, so I now have a backup saw blade and a backup set of shears. Grab the berries. Got more grain. Okay. let's apply the handles to these. Get rid of the rye seeds. We don't need those. All right, let's keep going. Oh. Oh, sweet. Oh. Oh, sweetie pie, I'm here if you need a hug. I know that those Korean shows get pretty heavy. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Once we have daylight, we're gonna scour the place and we're gonna look for as much resin as we can get. I also need a lot more fat, so it's gonna be a big day of hunting and gathering resin. But right now, while it's dark and we can't really see that far in front of us, we're doing the stick gathering, trying to break this set of shears. No, I'm good, Zuzi. Thank you. Okay. I can't take that. Unless I drop something. And I don't want to drop shit. I guess I'll just eat these cranberries, then we can take that oak wood. I don't think I'm going to be touching this pine tree. Don't really have any space for the birch wood. I guess I'll just get rid of that singular piece of oak so we can take more birch. Okay. There we go. We got rid of that pair of shears. The sun is rising. It's time for us to set our sights on fat and resin collection. Let's cut down this tree. Maybe we might break our axe too, but I doubt it. Okay. Not too much, Chris. Not much is going on. We're working on getting our wind power set up, buddy. Yeah. All right. We got 2 full stacks of sticks that'll last us quite a while. Now today is all about the resin and more fat. We need some fat bitches. Let's put the birch in here. It's pretty much only good for planks anyway. Same with the maple. I'm gonna plant all of these tree seeds that we have. And then we'll deposit the rye grain. Ditch the sticks. We'll hang up our extra saw. I'll take that knife since we're going to be skinning animals. I highly doubt we're going to be switching to the knife though, because this one still has 44 durability. That's honestly quite a bit. Put the chest down. I'll put my spare knife in there. We will get rid of our mining equipment just for now. So the support beam, the bronze pickaxe, the prospecting pick. We're going to want to be pretty light on the inventory. Pretty light on it. So yeah, we're just leaving all that mining stuff behind. That's 5 slots opened up to us. We can hang up the shears right there. All right. Yeah, looking good. Okay, let's go plant these trees and then let's get hunting. We need fat and resin. The flax is at 8 out of 9 growth stage. I can't believe those turnips haven't gotten any weather damage yet. Same with the rye over here. Some of it has heat damage, but not all of it. Yeah, we're gonna have all of our harvests done pretty soon. All right. I see a raccoon right there. That could be fat. We gotta kill it. The bees are beginning to produce their honey now. So yeah, now that those trees are planted, let's get out of here. Wait, I don't have my chest on my back. I'm gonna need to grab that. Pretty important, having that extra space. God, that looks weird. It's the fire damage to this. Apparently this is grassy? What? I don't know. Maybe the grass will start growing after a while, but that looks so weird, dude. We'll harvest these cattails when we get back. For now, it's really just all about that hunting. I appreciate that, Chris. Thank you, buddy. So we're gonna head inland way over here. That's a very under-hunted area. I haven't really been there. We're gonna head there. Same with down here. I haven't really looked around there much. So we'll go check it out. I'll try to find the flattest ground possible for our hunting. Okay. I'm gonna grab whatever grain I see. Just for now. We are about to have our first grain harvest and I can start making pies, but until we have it, I'll collect this stuff. Anyway, we're seeking resin. Just as much as we're seeking fat. It's kind of a double feature here. However, I'm getting massive frame drops because I'm in a forest. I'm gonna turn off bloom and waving foliage and see if that helps. As well as... oh, we don't even have God Rays turned on. Okay. I see our first piece of resin. I'm just gonna reduce my block draw distance for now while I'm in the forest. Way too laggy in the woods, you know? Alright, resin. We got more right here. Beautiful. A fourth. A fifth? That was really hard to see. I almost didn't. Two more resin right here. No animals around that I've seen but some chickens. But 8 resin is already a great haul. Oh, hello. Son of a bitch. I need to hunt these. Yeah, we need the fat. Our priority is now these 2 deer, and doing whatever it takes to harvest both of them. I see resin in that tree. No, that's a vine. Not really sure where the hell the deer is. There's a lot of dense trees here, making it hard to hunt. There we go. Yeah, let's try to walk them toward the clearing. One of them's a female and one of them's a male. I don't know which one is which. Okay, that's the female, that's the male. The female is currently following the male. Nice. Let's eat. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Triro. Thank you, buddy. Damn straight. All right, let's get this other one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at that. Look at the skill. Look at the reflexes behind that. All right, I got my hands on 2 fat. Every piece matters. It doesn't seem like much on its own, but it is progress. Let's kill this fox. Maybe it'll give us fat number 3. I feel bad, though. It kind of reminds me of my late dog, Buttercup. I'm just going to get rid of the rye seeds. We don't need those. All right. Continued resin duty while we seek out wild animals. And we're gonna head sharply east. You may live, chicken. I do not require your body. Nor your consent if that changes. Have you guys ever heard that Nick Fuentes quote where he says, your body, my choice? Like, dude, hard agree. Abortion's murder, bro. All right, there's only a few more pine trees down here, but it does look like there might be more over there, just very few. And we're getting to the edge of the island over there, so I don't really think I want to corner myself there. Instead, we'll continue heading west. I don't see any wild animals off in that direction. Let's go to the east. Hey, I see a goat. That's gonna be hard to kill. Really hard to kill. I might be able to chase it down now. There's a raccoon over there too. I might be able to get a piece of fat from him also. Nice. I don't know if it was a troll necessarily. Like, when I think about it, like, why can the woman choose to kill the baby? Well, Dave Chappelle said this, right? Why is it that the woman can choose to kill it, but the man can't choose whether or not to pay child support? Like, the mother can completely void herself of any responsibility to have a kid. Even if the father wants to keep it, the mom gets to be the veto for murder, right? So why can't the father veto his involvement in the baby's life and just completely abandon it? Not that I'm advocating for abandoning your kids, but what I'm wondering is, why is there a double standard where the woman, it's okay for a woman to commit murder, but it's not okay for a man to commit neglect, right? It just seems really ass backwards. If she can kill it, he should be able to abandon it, full stop. Both are bad, but one is obviously worse than the other. Obviously, murder is worse than abandonment and neglect. Like, no one would argue that, I don't think. Nice. Okay, we got another fat. That's what I'm talking about. Let's organize our bags a little bit. All right, all this stuff is the stuff that we might need to stack. Right here. Anyway, we're doing a great job so far. We've gotten 8 resin and 5 fat. Given that those are the chief objectives of the day, I'd say we're not doing too bad. Now, even if it was a troll, it has merit. It does have merit. If a woman can veto the life of the baby, a man should be able to, well, nobody should be able to veto it. If you have a dad, like if you have a guy who wants to be a dad and a woman who does not want to be a mother, she should have to give birth to it so that he can take it, right? Now, the opposite is fine. Maybe she wants to kill it and she doesn't care what he thinks. Fine. As long as he doesn't have to pay child support when he leaves you. Boom. Yeah, like, he has to be able to do the bad thing in order to justify the fact that the woman can do the bad thing. Like, if she can kill it, he can abandon it.
Get her away and say she can't kill it and he can't abandon it.
I agree with you, Zuzi. Well, that's like the ideal, right? Zuzi just said it would be best if he couldn't abandon it and she couldn't kill it. You force her to have the baby and you force him to be there for it. I'm personally against, like, I'm all for the abolition of divorce. I don't think divorce should be allowed. Not if you have kids. If you haven't had kids and you want a divorce, then fine. But once you have kids, it's no longer about you and your happiness. Fuck your happiness. Raise your damn kids.
Always leave a clause for
No, I wouldn't. If you're getting abused all the time, then you need to, like, in sickness and in health. If your partner's so mentally sick that they're abusing you and beating you, then you better drag them to therapy and never give up on them. Well, sure, of course, okay. But we've talked about this before. If you're in an abusive situation, then you should be able to call the police and have mandated family counseling sessions imposed upon your partner as a criminal sort of, you know how if you commit a crime, like let's say you punch somebody and you get charged with assault, part of your sentencing is anger management. So I think that we should ban divorce, but that if a man beats his wife, then he should get charged with domestic abuse, and then when released, it should always be a part of his mandatory probation to do family counseling. If he doesn't attend and doesn't commit, arrested again, breach of probation. In this way, you create a legal framework where it becomes requisite for the man to play the role of a functional person and stop abusing his wife. Otherwise, he keeps on incurring further and further criminal offenses and charges, right? And then if he just sort of breaches that probation 3 times, then and only then, after a fight has been made to save him from himself, does divorce become an option for the woman, the afflicted party, right? Well, sure, yeah, the children will be an afflicted party too.
No, I mean, what if the children are the party?
No, yeah, of course. But then, you know, you keep on, you keep getting him out of the house, you call the cops on him. It doesn't matter if it's the children or the wife being abused. The point is you just get the guy out of the house, and then family counseling becomes mandatory, right? As well as sobriety. There should definitely be no drinking alcohol clauses in probations. Yeah, I'm pretty draconian about it. I don't think divorce should be an option for anybody. Not even in the extreme cases, not unless they've exhausted every other avenue of reforming the individual who is allegedly abusive. Now, there was another raccoon down there. Where'd that go? There's a fox. All right, there's the raccoon. Then we'll go get the fox after. Well, you can say that, Truro, but that's just it, right? They are the most deadly calls, and they do, typically though, when you have an abusive person, they're either a narcissist or they're an alcoholic. So like those are 2 very easy things to deal with, you know?
Would you say they're easy? I don't think that's easy.
Well, you call the cops, you apply, like, there has to be a punishment. The problem with most women is that they don't want to leave and they don't report the abuse. The problem is not that the women don't leave or can't leave, it's that they won't leave. Most of the time, abuse is voluntary. It's like a woman accepting the situation and being convinced that she deserves it. So we just simply need to break down the stigma around it so that women are more comfortable ratting out their abusive husbands, and then that husband has mandatory family counseling, so does she, so do the kids, so that it stops, right? The problem is that women normalize it alongside the men. The men feel entitled to abuse the women, and the women feel like they deserve the abuse. That's the dynamic that's usually worst, like the absolute worst, right?
Honestly, Tom, I like your ideas. At the same time, I would say these sorts of topics.
Well, I didn't say that these solutions would solve all the problems, but I also feel like the current solutions cause
Well, the current
way more.
solution is just you divorce and get a restraining order.
The current solution is a divorce rate of like, oh god, like 50%. And that's whether or not the partner's abusive. I feel like you should have a legal onus on you to prove absolutely incorrigible abuse in order to file for a divorce. No divorces of frivolity, no fancy, no fucking Disney princess, I don't feel in love anymore bullshit, not if you have kids, right? If there's no provable abuse and no pattern that indicates real danger to either party, then there should be no option of divorce. And even then, the first instinct should not be divorce in the face of abuse, but doing what marriage requires of you, which is pulling your partner back from the abyss that they're dangling over. You're supposed to fight to save your partner. It's not till death do us part unless you're a dick. It becomes your responsibility to try and make sure that they stop being a dick. What?
That's why the women that get abused.
Well, they end up getting killed because, like,
Sometimes what happens is I guess taken away. Unless and again, when
yeah. Then you simply set a precedent where if somebody kills their wife, they don't get a possibility of jail, and vice versa. If a woman got released and then she killed her husband, just public executions. Done.
Well, public executions. I don't know about public executions.
Murdering your romantic partner, that's crucifixion. That's damn straight. You betrayed a covenant with the Lord himself.
I'm not so sure about public because
Well, yeah, but then there's a lot more stigma against divorce, against abuse, and against being so dysfunctional that the dysfunction spills out into the fates of your children.
well,
It is heavy shit.
it's definitely not. Are involved, especially. It's worse in situations where one party loves the other and gets it. Part for people.
Yeah, of course.
And you never know when shit will go bad. Hey, accident.
Indeed. But I mean, Renee Good, she made a mistake and had an accident. A lot of them do. A lot of them pay the consequences for it.
Yeah.
We just need better consequences.
Because, yeah, consequences need to be
Well, no, but nine-tenths of society is a whole bunch of experimental solutions. I'm just saying maybe this should be one of the ones we experiment with. No fault divorce, yeah, it ruins the world. Yeah.
because it is a bad proposition to enter a marriage, like a year later, their wife is life that shit,
Take half of his shit, yeah.
get child support,
Yep.
and also spousal support. Bad option.
Yeah. We could end divorce. We could end divorce by making it so the woman or man doesn't get any wealth from the other. Yes. Hard agree. Hard agree. Yeah. If it costed you money to undergo a divorce and you couldn't profit from it, we would see divorce rates go from like 50% all the way probably down to like 10%. And that seems to me like a generous estimate. When it stops being a lucrative enterprise, it will die out.
Yeah, if you take away the incentive for women to be
Yeah. You take away, yeah, Zuzi said if you take away the incentive for women to become gold diggers, then divorce rates will go way, 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 way down. Yeah.
Also,
Yeah. Yeah.
and old like that.
Yeah.
That feels hard.
There's only one circumstance where I would be like, okay, yeah, immediate divorce is fine. And that's if one of the partners got dementia, didn't recognize the other person, and was beating them because of that. But that's not willful evil. I feel like in situations of willful evil where somebody is deliberately being abusive, being toxic, being vile, it is the responsibility of the romantic partner to try and pull them back from that brink, even at cost to their own sanity and self. It's their responsibility to try. And if they can't succeed, then okay, you earned the right to a divorce, but you should have to, like Prometheus, chain yourself to that mountain in the name of humanity first, before, you know. It doesn't matter.
Plus, if the person gets dementia and is so violent that
If there was a time that the person you loved ever made you happy, then it only makes sense that since they paid forward that happiness in your life, that you would sacrifice some sanity to save them if they needed it.
there was a mindset or dementia. That was that point, like, what's the
Well, yeah, I mean, if their personhood has faded, then that's different, right? Because then they're no longer the person you married if they get dementia.
that person here?
Yeah.
I have to say, but those people, the people that went off this. There's fucking scary.
My 2 cents is we would drop marriage rates drop, so lots of unmarried people with kids so they aren't stuck. My 2 cents is we would drop marriage rates drop, so lots of unmarried people with kids so they aren't stuck together. I'm sorry, James, that is gibberish. You gotta rewrite that. I think that you had some autocorrect complications there that disrupted. I know you have a point, probably a good one, but something got lost in translation there. Hello, Fabio. Welcome, buddy. Yeah, not playing another game so far. Not so far. We're still having a blast here in Vintage Story on a regular basis. How are you doing? I got 7 lumps of fat and 14 resin. Pretty good so far, but we're getting to a zone that's so mountainous that I'm not expecting I'll find any more pine trees off in the distance. It looks like a lot of jagged, inhospitable terrain over there. And it's getting so dark that I can barely see if there are other animals to be hunted. Nice, another fat. I see something over there. That is a fox. I just think that by and large, we need to bring back public shame again. I think that there's way too much forgiveness for people who let their entire lives spiral out of control. You know, like a lot of Democrats, they use the phrase my truth, but they use it wrong. Your truth is not what you believe, it's what you are. It's the perceived reality of your existence. So an alcoholic's truth is that he or she is an alcoholic. That is the truth of them. But inversely, a recovering alcoholic, that is their truth. A recovering alcoholic, they're getting better, they're sobering up, right? And I feel like there needs to be more like, it's not that you as a person are completely removed from your alcoholism and that like the regular person of you is just sick and diseased. It's that you are the disease until you're not an alcoholic anymore. Like that is the truth of you, right? And I wish that there was more of a perspective like that in society where, I don't know, I just wish we were harder on people who deliberately ruined their own lives and the lives of those around them in apathy or like self-indulgence, right? If we got rid of divorce, you would see a drop in people getting married as they wouldn't want to be chained together. People are different from 50 years ago. Yeah, you would see a drop in people getting married, and that'd be okay. Because the sanctity of marriage would still be there, and the people who were serious about it and respected it would still do it. It's just that all the frivolous people who get married for the wrong reasons or because they watched a Disney movie once, they wouldn't get married, right? And God bless, that'd be the ideal outcome. Because you'd no longer have the sanctified institution of marriage being corrupted, polluted, abused, and overall just ruined by bad actors, right? Bring back stoning. Well, at the very least, bring back pillories and supplying the public with tomatoes to throw at the pilloried people. At the very least, we can throw tomatoes at dumb people, right? Anyway, we have a goat over there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it because of how dark it is. I can see it. And I can try to get it. It's not dead, but I will chase after it. It's close to dead. I did a lot of damage to it. Thankfully, it has sort of a white pattern on its fur, so I might be able to see it even in the dark to deliver that final blow. Oh, you son of a bitch. I have no more spears. All right, let's try to keep tracking it down. Again, it has that white pattern on it, which makes it really easy to see, so I can keep following. Got it. I'm the goat now. Okay, so we now have 10 fat and 14 resin. That's a very successful hunting day, and it's not over yet, technically. We might end up finding more things to kill. I heard a fox down there. Two of them. Let's heal up. I got another fat from this one. God, there's people out there who get married for the tax benefits. You know what I mean? Like, it's just become so corporeal. What was always meant to be a very spiritual and ethereal institution, marriage. It's really become just like a matter of course for people. When they say I want to get married, it's kind of like saying I want to finish high school to them. They don't view it as anything greater. They don't view it as a contract with the Lord to stand by somebody in their worst times and to fight tooth and nail to have a good family and a decent life. And yeah, they just don't get it. Hell, today there's a lot of people who don't even understand the concept of an illegal immigrant being inherently criminal. Like, that's, you know. So, I mean, surprise, surprise, right? Clown world. I'm not expecting to find any more resin, but there are pine trees that I can look at on the way. I do have the resin on all sides mod, so... Good morning, Mary. Good morning. It's been a while. How are you doing? I love my soapbox. It's comfy up here. I'm still kind of crossing my fingers that I really want to get a bunch of Redditors pissed off at me, you know what I mean? I feel like that would really help my career. I want to blow up. I want to offend the left of the political aisle and have the right kind of rally behind me type thing. That would be so good for my career, dude. Hey. Yo, there's a fucking boar right here. Very nice. You're doing good? Glad to hear that, sister. Glad to hear it. All right, we actually have, oh man, we have 13 fat and 14 resin. We did great today. Those are extraordinary gains. Let's get back home. Sail! We do it well, yeah. Sometimes, you know, I like to bring up controversial topics sometimes because it gets people talking. Sometimes it doesn't land, but believe it or not, even though it comprises most of my streams, I hate sitting in silence. I like talking. I like discussing. I like offending the libs. You know, I'm a fan. Yeah, with me, shit doesn't hit the fan. I put the fan into the shit. That's weird.
You end up shitting the fan.
Are there any baby goats yet? Do we have babies? Doesn't look like it. Home sweet home. All right, we have a bunch of red meat and we can't eat all of it. I'm thinking we use some of, like, a lot of this red meat actually. 16, 32, 48. I could fill 3 crocs with that. The problem is I haven't made any crocs, right? Let's deposit these hides. Doubtless I might be able to do more batches of leather very soon. Yeah, totally. Let's deposit the grain. I heard a goat. 24 lumps of fat and 21 resin in total. That's great. I'm gonna go ahead and make a bunch of crocs. I need 12. Yeah. Hello, De facto. Hello, good morning. I want to show you guys something, okay? De facto Toast showed me what he was doing the other day. And I want to show you guys how dope it is. Check this out. The humblest Toast. No reason to be humble. Look what he chiseled. He literally made a frog with the chisel. Look at this fucking thing. He made a frog. And then look at this as well, right? Look at this. He chiseled this. This is seemingly like yellow stained glass with the Vintage Story logo in here. And it looks like there's ice on the corners, snow on the bottom, and even drops of water coming down. That is the true extent of what's possible with chiseling, and we're seeing it right here. Yeah, De facto Toast did this on our server. Fucking blows my mind, dude. That's amazing. Yeah, I wanted to wait until the room was nice and crowded. We were at peak viewership to show that off, Toast. Yeah, I showed Zuzi last night. She shit a brick. She was like, I don't know, man. I might have to divorce you. Go get some toast.
I did not say that.
No, you did not say. I'm kidding, sweetie. Oh, man. But seriously, Zuzi, I might need to divorce you and go gay for toast, all right?
Wow.
I'm joking.
For all you know, it's some middle-aged fat woman that's married.
No, De facto Toast is a dude.
How do you know?
I've asked. Because he once described himself as like the server mom, and I was like, but are you a dude? Because like, wouldn't that make you the server dad? You know?
Oh yeah, because people never lie when they.
Oh my God, you're right. He'll change his name to Tranny Toast.
Wow.
I'm joking. Is there a third one? Don't hold out on us, Toast. Mary, thank you so much. That is huge. Thank you big time. Bless you. Right on. Everybody who received those memberships, welcome to the pack. It's nice to see Encino get one. He deserves it. He saved this series. Encino literally saved this series in episode 2. Right on. Thank you so much, sister. So much. You've trained me like a dog to be happy every time I see the name Mary, by the way, because like you show up and say hello and then you usually end up donating something.
And then Tom salivates.
And then I salivate. It's kind of like, you know, when you associate a sound with a dog treat for a canine. Pavlov's bell. Yeah. Exactly. You've Pavlov's bells me, Mary.
I'm gonna eat like...
All right, this should be all the crocs that we need. And the reason why we need these crocs is so we can have a ceramic vessel entirely dedicated to hoarding meat stew. Tom's been Pavloved. Yeah. All right. I also think I'm gonna make more ceramic vessels. Not many. Maybe just like 3 more. How much can I fit in this cellar before I build my house? If I remove the bed, I can fit 3 more. And let me see here. I could theoretically put this one in there. Theoretically. But storage is pretty tight, so I think I'm just gonna craft 3 more vessels. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, the third one is in progress, Toast? Alright, right on. Hang on, I have to check something, because I see Chris Ecola got one. Is he still here? No, okay, he must have dropped the membership a while back. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, Chris Ecola was a long-time member. His name is Frostbite now, but he was a long-term member. Right from the beginning, too. Like, I think even within the first month that I started live streaming. Oh. I like this person's name, A Grumpy Banana. We gotta get some channel members in the FBI. Maybe, because then maybe they can find out what happened to Lee and Gruff.
They can shut you down in the process for the shit.
No, we'll have an inside man. All right, that's 1. Let's make 2 more. Yeah, I'm definitely hearing goats. Is it daylight yet? No. I'm gonna have to wait until there's light before I can go hunt them. The bees might be ready for harvest first thing in the morning, too. I need a little bit more clay. Is there a suitable sunrise yet? No, it's still pretty dark out there. It's gonna be September. I think halfway through September is when you start kind of transitioning from summer to fall. We're definitely gonna want to focus down the greenhouse before like October. I think mid-October is the absolute deadline. Like that's when we need to have it done. But that means we still have a month. We are going to want to start gathering the quartz now ahead of time for that, though. Okay, there we go. Let's go set this shit up. Still isn't bright enough for what we want to do. All right. So let's grab sticks. And dry grass. I only have 35 dry grass. We'll take our scythe and we'll collect more. And while we're at it, I'll also grab whatever's over there, the cattails. No babies yet. The honey is almost done. Oh, buddy. Okay, a lot of our shit is reaching fully grown. I didn't bring any fucking food. Nor did I bring any peat. Alright, well, we can at least set up all the grass and the sticks. Let's go. I'm pretty worried about the possibility of lightning striking that. Maybe I'll build a little tower on the top with a lightning rod. Because we get dry thunder, like, we get dry thunder around here way too often. Way too often. And it makes my balls itch every week. Alright, let's grab some peat. I need 8, 16, 24, 36. I need 36 peat. Alright, where's the goat? Yeah, we got a few down there. Let's hunt those. They might yield us some fat. It won't be an easy hunt, though. They might try to go in the water. So I'll try to herd them that way. All right. I instigated a little bit of male aggression there. So he's more damaged. Let's heal up. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Where'd it go? Oh, shit. Is it down there? There's no way, right? Where is it? Oh, there it is. You... Nice. Even with debilitated range damage, you can get a one-hit kill on a rabbit with a tin bronze spear. All right, let's go back home. Oh my god, a deer.
Oh, dear.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Oh man. Oh god, oh man. Oh god, oh man. Oh, I love that. Have you guys ever seen that movie? We haven't, but we've seen the clip of that part, and it is so funny to us. Where's this deer? It must be in those bushes right there, right? Oh, there it is. Anyway, if I'm not careful, that deer is gonna go in the water, and it's gonna become very difficult to hunt. So let's approach it from here. I really wish I had those ceramic crock pots crafted already. Because honestly, we have so much meat. That's alright though. I've learned that you don't actually need the full 1 year, like, you don't need to have your meat last as long as possible. Not really. Honestly, usually you end up eating that meat like as travel food when you're doing story locations, so you usually get it used up long before the shelf life expires. All right, I don't have torches. Unacceptable. All right, let's get some grass and all of our cattails. All right, beautiful. Anyway, we're gonna want to just gather dry grass until this scythe breaks, and then we'll have to craft a new one. I do have some cranberries that we can eat. All right, there it goes. Let's pick up all this, get home. And then we have to grab a torch, go back there, light that shit. "16 hours later and it'll be done." Anyway, we'll start cooking all this shit right now. Nine peat should do it. And while that cooks, we'll go light all of the crock pots that we have to do. And it looks like our honey is ready for harvest, so we'll go get it on the way back. I won't be able to get it on the way back. My inventory's too full. I can put the chest on my back on the ground, deposit stuff into that, and then we can do it on the way back home. Okay. So are we gonna make it to year 100 on this one? I'll probably get really bored before year 100, but I am gonna try to complete the entire story in this playthrough. Yeah. We're gonna try to go through all of it. There's a crazy flying boss that might fuck me up, but I researched it ahead of time because, you know, typically those boss fights are not balanced for like permadeath, so I usually give myself forewarning in the form of prior research. Glad I do. Yeah, let's harvest this stuff. Let's eat first and fill our belly with the cranberries. Still no baby goats. All right, there we go. Use a knife to harvest your comb. 100 years? Yeah. Unreal, buddy. That takes so long. Somebody out there has probably done it. All right, collect all that shit back. Re-equip. Yeah, the crops are really coming along. But we do need to start focusing on the greenhouse now. Our first batch of red meat stew is almost done. First batches. All right, I can now make 3 new batches of leather. When the current batches are done, let's go check on them. Half a day and they'll be finished. We're gonna put our leather making shit just out there haphazardly. It doesn't have to be clean. I don't have any more borax powder. We're gonna have to make more. All right, let's start grinding. Oh, wait. Grab that. We'll store them. Right, I can't even empty them, really. Don't have enough bowls. Yeah, we can't cook the rest of that meat. Not right now, not until the ceramic vessels are done. Yeah, it sucks, but it is what it is. All right. I'm digging the 27 fat and 21 resin. We really got those numbers up in a short time. Anyway, let's hang this back up, deposit the bones, and grind all of this. We have a new batch of leather to make. You look so pretty with your little neck warmer. I don't know, it looks like a scarf. And you're beautiful anyway. You look precious. Yeah, you look adorable and beautiful. Yeah. I love you too. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm looking at these spare buttons that they always put on every shirt. Who the fuck actually uses these? You know?
Person whose button pops off.
Yeah, but then... Yeah, but if a person's button pops off, what are the odds that they know how to remove a button and sew it on as a replacement?
Well, but if it pops off and you lose the button, then you have...
Yeah. If you have a sewing needle and...
Yeah, well, you would know somebody that you can go to and be like, hey mom, can you please sew the button?
I suppose.
Hey wife, can you...
Yeah. Wonder if there's any news about Minnesota, ice, all that. Karens. Gestapo. Oh my god. They're disappearing, people. One day they'll lure. They'll visit a luring center. You gonna leer today? All right, we have the borax. I need to grab... In here, we need the bucket. All right, I guess, for now, I'll just put my leatherworking stuff back here. We don't really need to move that stuff. We'll leave it there for now. Let's make a new water source block right here. Don't really need one here, but I will put it there. Oh, that's seawater? Wow, I didn't think there was a differential between water and seawater. Apparently there is. I can't use seawater for that. Oh, that's crazy. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, I'm gonna have to empty these and place them back down, but I need to get, like, fresh water. All right, is this fresh water over here? It'll probably tell me in the bucket itself, right? Yeah, it just says water. All right. Yeah, this is regular water right here. All right, let's eat with the food that I don't currently have. Fair enough. Okay, we now have 150 liters of diluted borax so that we can start the next batch of leather. And I'll eat a serving of that red meat stew. And I'll grab another. Wait, we need to grab these. All right, there we go. Seal it up. I need oak wood as well, 15 oak. $150 liters of weak tannin is currently being processed. 25 soaked small hides, 8 large soaked hides, and 12 mediums. Full batches, 3 full batches. And we have a shitload of leather already coming in right here. It's going to be done in 0.4 days. It'll be done today. All right. Now that that's all done, we're still waiting on those to finish, the crock pots and stuff. Maybe I can get started on beginning to gather this. Some of it. I just gotta be really deliberate, really careful about the gathering. I don't want to break any plants that aren't fully grown, obviously, so... But we are officially harvesting the first of our flax. looks like that's it for whatever's harvestable right now. But we do have some seeds. We could start to propagate the flax into the neighboring grow beds. I'm really surprised these turnips never suffered any heat damage. Anyway, we can't plant flax right here where the turnips are. We already grew carrots in all of this space right here. So there's not enough K nutrients, not enough potassium to get it done. Beautiful. I will, however, be able to plant flax right here. All right, inventory is full. Let's go deposit. And then continue. You're learning so hard right now? What are you learning? Oh, leering. You're making a joke about... Okay. The Somalian joke. Gotcha. Okay. Storage is gonna get pretty damn full here. I have room for the grain in here. And then deposit the flax fibers. You know what? Let's just craft with these. Yeah, it'll take up less space as the flax twine, honestly. All right, we have a temporal storm approaching now. A temporal storm is approaching, provoking illegal drifter immigrants. All right. All right, let's start planting a whole bunch of this flax crop here. All of this has K nutrients. Beautiful. These onions are pea crops, and it looks like this soil has pea nutrients in it, so we'll plant the onions right here. Oh, buddy. This... Oh, amazing. I feel like the spelt, I may as well harvest with the scythe. I'll do it by hand. Like, I may as well try to save the scythe durability. I've got nothing but time right now. So we'll harvest it by hand. Storage in the cellar will be an issue until that stuff is done, but it won't take long before it's done at this stage. I could work some inventory magic to make it work regardless. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, we're just making jokes, simp. We're making jokes. Making fun of people from Minneapolis or Minnesota, where whatever the fuck it is, we're just making fun of them. All right, let's go deposit. Minnesota? I'm pretty sure it's Minnesota. Alright, so far so good. Let's deposit. Can we even fit the flax grain in there? Yeah. Yeah, we can. Alright. I'm gonna move the clay in here. And then we can put that storage vessel inside the cellar. This is Vintage Story, Simp. Vintage Story. Yeah, it's an amazing game. One of the M's. Montana. Yeah, we're making fun of people from Montana. Majora's Mask. We're making fun of the Majora's Maskians. No, that game's goated. For real, though. Yeah. That game's not a joke. Deposit some seeds. So, we're gonna want to try to plant as much flax as we can later. For now, I'm thinking we just sleep. At least for a little bit. Try to get this stuff done. Yeah, let's get some rest. A storm is approaching. I don't want to rest for long. Just a little bit. Just until the leather is done, basically. Let's eat this bowl of meat stew. Oh, it's not done yet. My clay products aren't really done either. But let's harvest more flax. Oh, I just fucking did a duck and cover under his... Okay, let's kill this asshole. That's what you get. We have 2.5 hours before the next Temporal Storm is slated to begin. I'll try to get more flax planted before then. Okay. All of the spelt has been swapped out with flax. We have a lot of room for here. Let's put the lantern in the offhand. I have 1 hour and 43 minutes. We got plenty of time to get all this flax planted here. All right. Looking good. Yeah, we're gonna want to go hard on the greenhouse pretty fucking soon. Anyway, let's get home. I don't want to get caught out during a storm. Is the leather done? Yep, let's grab it all. 75 leather, just about. Unfortunately, there's way too much rift activity for me to get this done. I kind of wanted to start prepping the batch of, like, tannin. I mean, I suppose if I could get the kills quickly enough and give myself a moment, I could manage, but it will be hard. All right, let's go grab some oak. I might have enough time to get the tannin producing and then take shelter. Holy shit. All right, there we go. We fucking got it. Let's take cover. Get in the house. Close that. Lock it up. Check the light levels. Yeah, we're good. Nothing to worry about. I don't like being this damaged. We'll heal up. I'll use 2 normal bandages and then 2 of these. Okay. Now let's close this up. Deposit. Can't really deposit the seeds yet. We got a lot more flax twine. Storage situation is pretty rough in here right now. I can make another one of these. I do have the nails and strips, so I think I'll just do that. We'll use maple boards, make 2 of those, deposit the maple boards, and then combine these into a wooden trunk. I'm gonna turn off the weather sounds. Yeah. Just so we don't have to hear the glitchy rain. I made my 4 leather backpacks. We'll equip those any minute. Sounds fucked up out there, buddy. All right, I have a little bit of spelt grain that I have to deposit. There we go. Seal that up. Okay, I managed to divvy up my storage, making it a lot cleaner. Now let's swap out our bags. I don't even need to keep the hunter backpacks, I'll just get rid of them. I like that it doesn't let you delete a bag if you have items in it. Yeah, that's awesome. It's actually really useful. Okay, bring these down. Equip. Get rid of. We're good. We have way better inventory space now to go around. I can remove the clay from here and stack it in here. You don't need the same mods to join the server. It's like a one-click button. When you're joining the server, you just have to click the button and it'll download all the mods you need for the server. All right. Now we're gonna need to focus really hard on building our greenhouse. That's gotta happen. Winter is coming. Okay. Let's grab another serving of meat stew. Honestly, and another, just to make sure I have more food to fall back on after. Close that up. So, what can I do right now? I'm thinking we're gonna grind up some limestone. May as well do something. And you know what? Let's make our next batch of bronze. What's 92 times 4? 8, 16, 24, 32 minus 400. 400 minus 32, 68, 368. I need 368. I think. And then I need 32 cassiterite. Let's grab the crucible, put it in the fire. 2,000 units of tin bronze. Yeah, that'll do. And we'll make 20 ingots. Preheat with peat. Grab the torch, get it lit. Okay. Now we'll grab black coal. Okay, put the coal in there. And now it's just autopilot grinding. All we have to do is keep on producing limestone powder. Right on, right on. Another sleeper to the commune. That's how it works, you know, it's the commune to ice agent pipeline. He'll be a right-wing extremist before you know it. I like the idea that there's no such thing as an actual human right. You have like dignity and you deserve good things, but there's a lot of people think about rights as inalienable, but there's something called force doctrine where it's like if you have the power to take away someone's rights, you totally can. You can take away their right to water, shelter, sleep, food, right? You shouldn't, but like you can. You totally can. It's just a more accurate view of the world than the deluded notion that people have inherent rights that can't be infringed upon, you know? Every right that we have can be taken away by someone stronger than we are. All right, let's try to take a look at our... Can I see it from here? Not really. No. Not quite. I'm trying. I don't see any fire, but that doesn't mean it's done. I don't really want to leave right now. There could still be spawns lingering around. I'll try to take off, I suppose. Oh my god. Go. Alright. Yeah, screw that. Anyway, it looks like our stuff is done. Let's grab it.
Monkey.
Is that schnitzel? Oh, that's good. Oh. What a sweetie pie. It's her birthday and she's bringing us schnitzel. Okay, we have all of our crock pots. We have 3 more ceramic vessels for the cellar. And we're gonna tend to the garden even more. The carrots are not done, but the rye is. Same with the spelt. And if we can get more flax seeds, we can continue expanding the supply in there. Which we can accomplish just by harvesting more. I'm gonna go deposit first, though. I will, yeah. I think I'm okay. Regarding the bread. All right, there we go. We have a quote-unquote stocked larder. There we go. I'm gonna need more wax, which means I'm gonna need to squeeze out more honeycombs. So let's just eat that. That's a full bowl. Okay, we'll use this. Yeah. Oh, that's sweet, baby. Thank you. Fair division, my ass. You gave me more. All right. Now we can seal these up with the beeswax. We officially have our first 2 preserved crocks of meat. And that'll last a very long time in storage. A very long time. Deposit the rye and the flax, as well as the spelt grain. And let's put all these ceramic crocks in there. Grab the cooking pots. Fill that bowl with the remnants of this one, and then we can start cooking more. No, I'm okay. Thank you, sweetie. You've been tricked. That's not cool. Don't worry, we'll have a public execution for Triro soon. He has to pay for his crimes. Zuzi, I'm joking. It's a humor. It's literally, we're joking around. Zuzi's like, oh my god! You can't say that! Yes. It can always count on a woman to kill the mood, right, lads? Fucking hysterical she is. Bro. Beautiful. Okay, we got a lot more flax seeds now. So let's go plant them wherever they'll fit. Wherever they'll grow. There needs to be suitable K nutrition in that area. All right, now, all of this is flax. I won't be able to put flax where the carrots are. That's flax. This is rye. Theoretically, I could dig up the rye and replace all of that with flax, which I think I'll do. Because I really don't care nearly as much about the rye as I do the flax, right? Is this entire row? Okay, the whole row is not good for planting. Only these plots right there. All right. There's still P nutrients here, but the N and the K are depleted. We do have a lot of extra flax planted, though. We certainly succeeded there. Now I have to figure out what else I'm gonna be planting. This is almost done. Let's just remove that black coal now. Put it in there. We have a lot of flax twine, a lot of it. I'm gonna leave that bowl of honey in here. And we can use it to make more sulfur bandages when we need them, but that is a long time away. Alright, grab the tongs, collect this, and let's start making 20 bronze ingots. Thankfully, I don't need to use any of these for tools, I don't think, because I should be able to switch to iron at this point, technically. I can get the Helve Hammers built now, and the windmill. I can most likely get the windmill operational to enough of an extent where we have a Helve Hammer for iron. There we go. All right. Now I just need to make these last servings and we can seal it all up. I might want to make a fruit press soon though. So we can just mass produce a bunch of beeswax, you know? Yeah, things are really starting to come together now. The goats don't have their babies born yet, but we'll get there. Hopefully we get a female. Okay, the hides are soaked. We can transfer them over to the weak tannin very soon. Very soon. Within hours. Okay. There we go, 4 servings of meat stew. Let's seal that and deposit it. We now have 16 servings of meat stew. Preserved well. Preserved well and sitting in the cellar. Now, this next part of our task, I don't really want to do it until the rift activity is over. Very dangerous. We're gonna have to nerd pole and everything. So we'll get some crafting done. I need 2 Helve Hammer bases. Let's grab the hammer and the chisel as well as the saw. Yeah, we're just gonna break that saw, make a bunch of boards, and then start using the mint condition one. Let's grab the planks, the sticks, the fat, the resin. So the Helve Hammer base, I need 2 of these. So we need hammer, chisel, planks. All right, we have 2 Helve Hammer bases. Now we need 2 Helve Hammer toggles, and I have to make this as well. That's easy. Boom. Done. Wooden toggle. So we need axles, fat. I have all of it. Okay. Yeah, we need 2 of these. So 1, 2, and then the rest. The toggles are expensive, man. They take 4 resin each. It's a good thing we went hard on that. All right, so we have our 2 Helve Hammers all done. Just about. Hopefully that rift activity shuts down real soon. Those don't line up. I need to move them over 1 more. The reason why I'm putting it in the middle of the room as opposed to what we had before where it was like on the side, like over here, is because I want to be able to walk around the anvil. It's gonna make it easier to help the Helve Hammers to finish the task. Although I could accomplish that just by moving them 1 block away from that wall. Maybe I'll do that instead. With any luck, this rift activity is gonna deteriorate and fade very shortly, freeing us up to do the rest of the building. Holy shit. God, I didn't like that. I'm getting like stuck in the portal. All right. There we go. Oh, right. 1 block away. I have to do 1 block away. Yeah, now I can walk around the anvil. Very nice. Now we just have to place the toggles. Ready. We do have a lot more room in here, that's for damn sure. Why do these look so different? It's like they're not connecting the same right there. That's strange. I don't know. Anyway, we'll just ignore it for now. We'll figure it out. Does it do the same thing over here? Yeah, it does. Okay, so it must just have to do with the axis that it's on. Which, you know, fair enough. All right. I could bring this down and have a quern in the middle, technically, although it would be very slow. We need to make a bunch of angled gears at this point. And a whole bunch of axles. Whole bunch. So I need wood, fat, resin, sticks. We have the saw already. I don't know how many I need. But I'm gonna make at least 8. Okay, we got 8 angled gears now. And I'm gonna need that second hammer. Now we're just gonna make a shitload of axles. Well, I decimated my supply of fat and resin. It's happened. We have 3 resin. Wait. Yeah, we have 3 resin and 1 fat. There is a goat over here that I keep hearing. Maybe I could try to kill it. Oh, yeah. I hear many. Fair enough. Oh, buddy, there's 3 right here. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, come on. No way did I hit none of them. All right, let's get them down there to the open plain. Make it easier to hunt them. That's a lot of fat right there. It doesn't fix our resin issue, but that is a lot of fat. By the way, I might want to get started on making myself a recurve bow. I am gonna need one. I should have started that a while ago. Takes about a week for it to finish curing after you shape it and make it. Got that one. And I see a deer over there too. I see many deers. Yeah, we'll get a lot of fat if we do well. And we'll be stockpiling meat as well for winter and beyond. All right, where are you? There it is. That's an entire family of deer. son of a bitch. Maybe I can corner it and finish it. Oh, come on. Fuck. Slippery motherfucker. Alright, we got our spears. Fucking P. Diddy oiled this goat before I tried to hunt it. Alright, we got it. Oh, Judy, that is horrible news. Horrible news. Well, I hope that... I hope your grieving process doesn't take long. You're never gonna fully get over it, but it does get better. It will get better for you eventually. I think one of the deers might have fallen down there. Most likely, otherwise the kids and the woman would be gathering towards it. That one just went down too. These deers love to trap themselves. So, did this one die when it fell? Let's check for footprints. Yeah, he triple lindied straight into there. I'm gonna make a little elevator. Doesn't look like it's down here. Let's go. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Anyway, I know that I saw one going here, and we do have to try to get it. Where the fuck? Did it exit? No, it's down here, all right. Oh, yeah. And we got some trapped babies. They might have some fat. And I just found a fucking translocator, which is honestly kind of crazy. Oh, those sound adorable. Adorably dead. Okay. Let's get rid of those stones. I might be able to get some scrap metal here too, but finding that translocator is a pretty big deal. We were able to get some more fat here too. I just got 2 fat. All right. Happy birthday, Judy. Happy birthday. Well, absolutely not happy, but, you know. Your mother lived a very full life. Celebrate your birthday. Celebrate your birthday and celebrate her life at the same time. There's some cultures in the world where when somebody passes away, they actually, they party hard for days. Like, they celebrate the life of the deceased. Romanians? The Romani. There's a chandelier up there. I'm thinking we'll try to take that home later. Anyway, I don't really have any food. I gotta get out of here, but I'll try to kill these first in the hopes that they might give us more fat. I don't know where, like, the dad went. I have no idea where the dad deer is. Oh my god, these sound way too cute to kill, dude. Alright. managed to get 6 more fat just hunting a few animals, and we also got a bunch of red meat. Let's get the hell out of here. I have no idea where that male deer went. I know there were 2 of them. I have no idea where it went to, though. Yeah, let's head home. According to the tracks, it looks like it fell into the hole, but there's no body down there, so he might have, like, kept on running deeper into the cave, and I'm not likely to catch up to it, you know? Alright. Deposit the fat and the bones. Scrap metal. Andesite. Gears. Small bones. Okay. I don't even have food to eat. All right, let's make some meat stew. There we go. So I need 9 fuel in here and 6 in there. 15 total. All right, let's get that meat stew cooked. That is 2 full crocks right there, actually. Yeah, 2 crocks of meat stew. You're gonna honor her today? It sounds good, sounds good. I'm gonna eat 5 turnips. And, yeah. I'll have to take it easy. Maybe I'll try to just find some berries around here. Wait, I gotta get rid of more hides and stuff. There we go. Now. 1632. I don't know if that's enough to reach the height that we need. I may yet require even more axles. So we're gonna make more. We put the fat right here, followed by the hammer right there, the chisel. That'll get us close. Perhaps not all the way up, though. 16, 32, 37, 47. It might make it, actually. We might make it up. I don't know. It depends how tall that building is. But I have to be damn certain that I make it. Because I'm basically going to be nerd polling up there. Oh my god. Yeah, we've had rift activity all the time for a while now. I'm really hoping it settles down soon. Then we can get more done. $48, 16, 32, 48, 54. So I can go 54 blocks up. That gets us to the top. It definitely does. However, I will not be nerd polling up there while it's so dangerous with rift activity. Profoundly unwise, that would be. All right. That meat stew is almost done. When it is, I can start making some porridge. Grab the food. Move the pot. Alright, we have some food being cooked. I'm gonna have to process more beeswax now. But we have another crock of food. And I actually have extra meat stew in there, so we can eat that. Let's heal up, though. I took a licking. Give me that meat stew. Yes. All right, it's full. Let's grab a honeycomb and squeeze it out. I'll just do a couple right now. We're kind of doing it bit by bit as we go. I do have a spare bowl right here, so we'll grab that. Squeeze the honeycombs into it. Normally I have a fruit press by this point, but I just haven't really gotten around to it, right? All right. Let's seal this crock right here. Done. One serving of hefty red meat stew. Okay, we have half of a ceramic vessel of meat stew ready. I need that fucking rift activity to go away. I could probably harvest the rest of the plants now. We have no more fat to speak of. For the angled gears, you do need fat for more of those, so I may need to yet do more hunting on top of what we've already done. But for now, we are okay to put all this stuff away. Oh, hello. There's something over there. A wolf. I'm gonna make more of these honey sulfur poultices so I can get these bowls back. But for that, we're gonna have to grind up 16 of these sulfur bits. And then I have to grab a whole bunch of cattails. And I may as well collect all these and clean up the ingot molds off the floor. Oh, that was really satisfying. So was that. All right. I grabbed twice as much sulfur as I needed. All right. Boom. We have more. I have 4 stacks of honey sulfur poultices from reeds. Deposit the cattails. We now have 22 tin bronze ingots prepared. Get rid of that. I really fucking want this rift activity to go away. This is ridiculous, dude. Alright, let's just go down to the farm. Try to harvest the rest. And we're gonna want to plant something in here. It can be anything that doesn't require K nutrients. Potassium, right? Those carrots are not quite done yet. We are growing a lot of extra flax, which I'm happy about. A ton of extra flax, really. So now I just have to choose whether or not I'd like to make more vegetables or more grain, and honestly, I feel like we have plenty of grain. We'll just make more veggies. Turnips. And then whatever room we have left, we'll do spelt. I can't plant any carrots in here. We don't have enough nutrients in the soil to justify it. Okay, there we go. I think I'll plant some rye also in any space remaining. Especially where the carrots are currently growing. The rift activity is still set to medium. I am not safe to nerd pole up there and get that done until it settles down out there. We have to turn down the temperature. Oh, fuck. All right. Requiring N-type nutrients. This is depleted N soil. Basically, the only place we can plant that rye is wherever there was flax growing. We would need pea crops to plant here. We don't have any pea crops. But when the time comes that we've harvested these carrots, I can certainly swap out the carrots with rye. Okay. The goats still haven't given birth to their babies yet. I'm very curious to see what gender we'll get. I now have an entire cooking pot right here of veggie stew. Yeah, oh, rye porridge with mashed carrots, that's right, yeah. All right, I really don't trust this, but there's no longer a portal around my base. So we're gonna hope it's safe for me to do this. It still says rift activity medium, but... This is wildly dangerous. I'm honestly pretty fucking scared to be up here like this. This is stupid of me, but it's the only way I can do it. All right, grab the axe. Move those. All right, I made it. I fucking made it all the way up. That was kind of scary, not gonna lie. All right, let's put the large gear down. Beautiful. Now we need to attach some angled gears. And once we put sails on here, we will have officially succeeded in acquiring mechanical power. At long last, a new hand touches the beacon. I'm going to increase our block generation radius. I had to reduce it because I was in a forest before. And my performance tanks in forests. But as long as I'm just at base, then I can increase the view distance. Or if I'm sailing and I want to see islands from further away, I can increase the view distance there too. All right, we did it. Now I just have to craft and connect some sails to that. I made 64 linen with normal stitches. That's insane, dude. Anyway, grab some sticks. I am gonna want to save some to make tailored gambus and armor. Hang on. So every windmill can get 2 batches of sails attached to it. And then I'm going to make tailored gambus and armor with the rest of our flax. Just because supplies are limited, we have to make sure we can do that. So let's grab the flax fiber, the sticks. I need to make sewing kits, only 3 of them. Got it. Okay, now I need 4 plain cloth. Wait. Two. I need 16 plain cloth, apparently. And plain cloth is made... All right, there we go. Now let's get crafting our armor. Tailored gamboized helmet. Got it. Now we need the tailored gambeson body armor. Acquired. And finally, we need the leg armor. We are officially decked out in the strongest overworld surface armor that you can get. And I found a dope-ass necklace right here, but I don't think I want to wear it. The reason why I don't want to wear it is because I can actually make a temporal gear necklace, but so far I haven't gotten any temporal gears. I haven't been killing them very devotedly, and I will want to start doing that soon. Let's deposit these. I could make more sails right now since I have my armor and we know that we have it. Okay. Yeah, our harvest was so good that I was able to make enough sails for each windmill to have 3, I think. Yeah. So let's get up there and let's set it all up. Oh, and I have to check on the leatherworking things. I need to make strong tannin over here. We have to scrape our hide. Put it in, seal it. Scrape that, put it in, seal it. And scrape these, put them in, seal it. All right. I also have to bring 15 oak wood here. And for now, until I figure out, like, until I craft an armor stand, we're just gonna put our bearskin armor in that chest. Done. Okay. Let's go attach the sails and officially say hello to our mechanical power. Welcome it into this world. I wonder how many more I could make. Hang on. I could make even more sails. Now there's enough. I have enough sails for, oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I have enough sails for every single windmill to have 4 applications applied to it. That's honestly nuts. We did so damn good. Yeah. But we tanked our supply of flax and flax twine for now. We made armor, we made a shitload of sails, and this mechanical power has officially opened us up to the Iron Age. Oh, don't worry about it, Triro. Yeah, we're gonna make a temporal gear necklace. You can put a temporal gear on a string and then wear it, and it gives you a little bit of a light level even if you don't have your lantern out. It's really cool, and it matches the tailored gambus and armor color, and my skin color, which is pretty cool. Blue supremacy. All right. Oh yeah. That's amazing. Every windmill has room for improvement still. We can improve it. We totally can. For now, we have a lot of mechanical power. Let's enjoy it. Look at that, man. That is so cool. It is so nice when you finally get that mechanical power working. So nice. I appreciate that, Triro. I appreciate it, buddy. Anyway, you take care for now. I'll see you in a little bit, all right? I hope you have a good sleep. All right, we need to hook up the Hell of Hammers first. Which is gonna require more angled gears. I'm gonna need way more gears. Like, way more. I think I only crafted 8, which kind of sucks. But it is what it is. I will need more fat to make more. Let's make another barrel of compost. And then we have to go hard making the greenhouse. We are officially in the greenhouse stage, where we do need it. All right. Yeah, let's take a little break from being here. It always takes a surprising amount of fat and resin. That's why I never pass up an opportunity to get some. You really can't. You can't pass it up. You gotta work so hard for every inch of your windmill. You gotta start preparing on day 1 for your windmill. All right, 3 barrels of compost. They still haven't given birth to their babies. The bees are now producing a batch of honey. I now have full, unbridled movement speed and not being slowed down at all. Since we're in tailored gambus and armor, we're much faster. All right. So at this stage, it's time for me to go hard on gathering a shitload of quartz. And quartz is not too hard to find. Isn't there quartz, like, right near my house? Where was that anyway? I remember seeing quartz in a cave down below. I've actually, you know what? I know exactly where it is. Yeah, we'll just go there and start gathering the shit out of it. Look at that, boys. We got it. We got our windmill. We have it. We can add more sails to those. I don't have my structural support pillars or anything, so let's go grab those for safer mining. There's actually a mod for that, Triro. If you're still around, there is a mod that adds more realistic, like, unique windmill designs. I looted a copper spear, so technically I have 3 spears now. It'll make it a little easier to hunt. Very nice. And after we're done here, hunting these deer, I am going to make a recurve bow staff. All right, I hope you guys have a lot of fat. All right, we got an angry deer. It's coming. And there it goes. Deer can kill, man. You guys will end up dying to a deer eventually. It just happens. They're actually extremely deadly. They're on the same level as wolves and bears, except they're actually faster than wolves. They are. Yeah, it's crazy, but they are. Okay. Nice. 2 fat from that one. Oh, gorgeous. That deer just went into a cave. I can finish it, but I'm gonna have to go in after it, unfortunately. I hope I can finish it. I mean, it's still just running away. Right there. All right, got it. With the baby stuck there too. Two more fat. God, those sound cute. Okay, I just got 5 fat. That is not bad at all. Not bad at all. Let's get the hell out of here. Yeah, we killed 3 deer. Not bad for my doorstep, man. Let's, I wanted to go back home so that I can craft a recurve bow staff. I just need a saw and some oak wood. And I also need to grab something for caving, my support beams and whatnot. Let's eat. Ditch the fat, the bones, grab the saw, and the oak. Okay, recurve bow staff. There it is. And we're just gonna hang it there. It'll start to dry. All right, let's cook that. Oh. Let's craft more gears. We need a lot more angled gears than we need axles, but we do need both. Yeah, we're just gonna go pure gears right now. So I need a saw, hammer, chisel, sticks. You know what, let's build up a greater supply of fat and resin and then build it all at once. Yep. let's pack our bags while that meat's cooking. We need our structural support beams. I need to grab some water. Pickaxe, pro pick. I have 3 pickaxes on me. I don't need that many, so we'll deposit this one, as well as this prospector's pick. We know where the stuff is that we're going for. We really don't need too many of those. Deposit the oak. Yeah, we're ready for an extensive mining trip for a shitload of quartz. And when I say a shitload, I mean it. Like, we're probably going to be breaking 2 of our tin bronze pickaxes. I need to be really excessive with it, and I need to gather a whole bunch all at once. I really do. Good thing is, the quartz that I plan on gathering, I think it's in such a shallow place that there might actually be daylight touching where it is. Oh. Goats. I'm gonna roll need on that. 100%. We need the fat, you know? Okay, this one is almost slain. Yeah, got it. Now we just need the female. More fat, man. Wherever it comes from. And that's actually more meat that I can cook to store into crocks for winter. I am digging the verdance of where we live. There's a lot of animals. A lot of wildlife. We're really being taken care of here. Now, where did the female go? Is that resin? I think that is resin. All right, I found a resin. There it is. Let's grab that resin and hunt down this goat. Way down there. Is that a deer as well? It's definitely something. Yeah, shit. Alright, well this just got a little harder. Yo, that goat is literally swimming down into the abyss. What the fuck? The AI animals are so weird when it comes to water. I mean, I'm pretty sure that goat literally just drowned itself. And that is a steep drop off, dude. Very dark. Dark and steep. Yeah, I don't think I'm finding it. It just sort of... Oh, that's it. That's the goat right there. Yeah, we're gonna try to get it. I don't know why it's still, like, running away from me or anything, but... Look at it go. Look at... What the fuck is it doing? This is a fool's errand, right? Like, I'm not gonna catch that. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way I catch that goat. I guess we'll try to go back for the deer that we found. There may also be some wild animals around this forest. It's at least worth looking into. I'm not seeing any... Oh my god. Holy shit. Get me the hell out of here. Oh yeah, I turned the weather volume down. We'll turn that back up. I'm not seeing any animals larger than raccoons and shit. Oh, here we go. Hey there. Got it. Before he could swim himself into the abyss of the ocean. We got a fat from it too. That goat is just at the bottom of the sea by this point. It is more important that we have a greater supply of fat, so I am pretty happy that we got what we just got. It's not much, but we did get some, and I may yet get more from the deer that we had seen here. If it's even still around. Bro, now he's doing it too. That is so weird. The animals literally, like, sink to the bottom of the sea and drown themselves when you chase them into the water. That's so weird. What is that? A wolf. That's the one I heard earlier. Alright, I got 3 fat. With more red meat, which means I can make another crock pot of red meat stew. For preservation. Most likely I have enough. Yep. Now, one thing I definitely will do, since we have mechanical power, I can set up the quern right away. I can set it up, use it right away, no hesitation, and we will do that. Oh yeah. We got good power there, man. Really good power. So we're gonna start grinding some of our grain into flour. That's gotta happen. If I craft another quern, I could grind twice as much, twice as fast, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now. We'll grind it either way over time. Let's go set it up. I will need a new sword soon. Let's temporarily deposit the angled gears and the axle in here. Grab one of those and one beeswax for sealing it. We've done a terrific job of stockpiling meat for winter and beyond. Now let's get the hell out of here and let's go mining. We need a shitload of quartz and we need it now. I'll gather whatever berries I can find on the way. Well, here we are. The intended dig site. I don't know how much quartz is here, but let's get busy. We need a whole bunch of it, dude. It looks like the drop-off right here might be too steep for the monsters to actually come up and get me. Hopefully that's the case. I would love to be able to just gather here unhindered and unfettered by any monsters that might want to show up. I don't know how big this quartz chunk, the quartz vein is, but I do know where we can find more quartz later. I believe that the coal mine we started has some in it. Well, no telling where that is. Either way, let's eat a little bit. This looks like a pretty sizable amount of quartz. We could be here for a while, and that's what I like. That's what I want to see. Just wish I had another light source. I left my lantern up there. Maybe I might want to bring it down here. Alright, looks like there's no quartz up there, besides this block. I'm gonna go get my lantern. It just feels kind of sus being unable to see well. The idea was I wanted to stop spawns here, but once the sun rises, we should have a little bit of daylight here. At least a little bit, right? Oh, hello. We have a little tunnel here.
Fire Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that K-pop demon hunters. I'm fucking loving it. You took it great.
Man, it feels good to be working on the greenhouse. Feels really good. We're ahead of schedule, honestly. I've done so well this year. Yeah, we got a lot of fat. We never passed up an opportunity to hunt a small animal, and although we failed most of the harvests, we did succeed with some. It all added up. All of it. We did not have that much access to resin. You know, we're on an island that doesn't have much, but we've made it work regardless. And like I said, I'm planning to go through like 2 bronze pickaxes here. I don't want to need more quartz later. I'll probably still end up needing more quartz later, but I'm going to try and make it so that doesn't happen. It does look like the quartz just sort of continues out there. Let's take a look. Yeah, there is a bunch of it here. I'm gonna wall this off so that I can't be harassed by monsters that come from over there. What I really love about gathering quartz is that it's so typical that the veins are extremely massive. So you seldom end up in a position where you're breaking a stone block and then breaking an ore block and then breaking a stone block like you do with a bunch of other shit. You're usually just breaking one quartz block after another, over and over and over again. You get the ores really fast, a hell of a lot faster than other ore types. I'm gonna try to get as much of this gold ore as I can. Apparently you can upgrade your lantern later. Increase the light radius of it. I won't do it for every lantern that I craft, but doing it for the one that I carry with me out and about could be useful. Now that we can finally enter the Iron Age, we are gonna start thinking about the beehive kiln, but I needed to get sufficiently into the Iron Age in order for that to become a possibility. Now that we are drifting ever closer toward that Iron Age, I'll be able to make the iron hatches that I need to get multiple different colors of bricks and blocks out of clay. And we already wrote down what we'd like to do for decorating our base. I'm kind of drawing a blank on what we wrote down, but we did write down how we're gonna do it. It's right here. We're gonna have granite cobblestone walls and large tan brick flooring for the windmill, along with large cream brick house walls with oak plank house flooring. Yeah, it'll look really nice on both accounts, for the house and for the windmill. And it just occurred to me, I might narrow the walls of my workshop. I don't want to just have like a massive, like a massive dick windmill, right? Like just this phallic object that's the same size all the way up. Instead, what I'd like to do is... Okay, funnily enough, it might make it look more like a dick, but I want to have like the big workshop room on the bottom and then narrow the shaft going up. And then, yeah, like I told you, it's going to look even more like a dick. I might not even do that now. Right? Yeah, but I was going to have it be like a narrow shaft going all the way up with a big room on the bottom and then widen it at the top. But that's literally just going to end up looking like a dick. Maybe I'll do it. Call it the cock tower. And with it, we will penetrate the world. And rape it for resources. There's a dense concentration of gold ore right here. I keep uncovering gold. This is a pocket of it. I didn't know you could find it like this. A dense cluster. Look at all that. I'm just getting a shitload of gold. Yeah, I guess it can generate in clusters. Anyway, we've almost broken one bronze pickaxe, but we still got another, and we are breaking both. Okay, let's eat. I don't have enough food to keep an item in my offhand the whole time. I really don't. That's one pickaxe down. Let's go. We just got a shitload of gold, by the way. What was that, it? 8 rich chunks of gold in quartz? I thought I got way more. Oh, there you go. Yeah, 27 poor chunks of native gold. We have a lot of gold. We'll be able to upgrade our lanterns. And I'll bet that a tin bronze lantern with gold plating looks really nice. And in typical fashion, this is a massive quartz vein with a lot to offer. A lot to offer. It is a very good thing I took that torch, that lantern, out of my offhand. I think I'll have enough food to get through this pickaxe, thanks to that decision. Oh, this is nice. I love the therapeutic effect of just mining. Mining. I yearn for the mines, lads. I yearn for the mines. For the soot in my lungs. All right, let's keep going. I only have 10 more durability on my sword. I might have to whip out the spear in the middle of a fight. I'm gonna need more charcoal, now that I think about it. All this quartz? Yeah, buddy. We'll have to cut down another forest soon. Alright, looks like our sword is broken. Alright, let's make it so nothing can get me here. There we go. You know, nothing can get me from over there. Shit might still spawn over here, though. Okay, we have about 30% of this bronze pickaxe left to go. And then we're gonna take all this take all this quartz home. And then we're gonna have to mass produce a whole bunch of charcoal. A lot of charcoal. And then we'll be, you know, we'll be ready to build our greenhouse full stop. What?
I'm not even gonna joke. I think you would actually enjoy this.
Yeah, but there's no chance you'd get me to watch it, though.
But I got you to I wore you down eventually until the robot with me. I will get you on this.
Good luck.
because this is really entertaining.
I'm too manly for
Bro,
cartoons.
even the drinker watched it and liked it.
Yeah. Oh man, we almost have 3 full stacks of quartz. This is amazing. We've been mining quartz for so long, dude. If I still need more to finish my greenhouse after this, I will shit a brick. Like... At least the spawns seem very, very low. We do have calm rift activity, and that would explain why we haven't been attacked by a monster in a good long time. I'm cool with it. I have 750 quartz chunks and 140 clear quartz. Right as soon as this pickaxe has finally broken, that's when we can go. Of course, it was always going to be grindy. Of course it's grindy. It's literally, you know, it's work. This is fucking quartz work right here. But it'll be worth it. We're not going to have to get it anymore. I don't want to go on multiple trips for quartz, you know what I mean? I'm going to get a whole bunch now. More than enough. The more I play Vintage Story, I feel like the more it conditions me to not half-ass every single task, you know what I mean? Every time I do things now, I'm doing them in excess. Like, our first time making tin bronze, we made 3,500 units, you know? My first time gathering quartz, I got nearly 1,000 of it. Like, I feel like everything that I do now, it's always, like, next level. I'm always taking it further. Okay, I need to break 46 more quartz blocks and then we're good. I have strip mined so much fucking quartz in here. This was full when we got here. I cleared so much of this, dude. Ten more blocks. There it is. Okay. Oh, we did so damn good on this trip. Let's get the hell out of Dodge, buddy. Yeah, let's get out of here. Beautiful part is there's even more there. I feel like one quartz mine is probably all you need in totality, you know? Now we've cleaned out a lot of the resin that was gonna spawn around there. I don't know how long it takes to respawn, but I'm pretty sure it's like a week. So if we do want more resin, I might need to sail to a new island. Another island just off in the distance somewhere. I don't know which one exactly, but anywhere but here. Because I've scoured the shit out of our surrounding, like, landscapes. All right. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a shitload of these quartz chunks inside all of these bloomeries. Eight bloomeries full of quartz. We don't have babies yet, but I can harvest the honey. We'll do that. Let's deposit all the quartz chunks. In here. We now have silver and gold. Significantly more gold than we have of silver, granted. Let's put the flax fibers in here. Grab that. I have 58 charcoal. Okay, we have enough for this entire batch, man. Let's get it all done. Get it lit. Oh, and let's grab our first batch of flour. It's definitely done. This is my last serving of vegetable porridge that we had. I'm gonna make some meat stew servings to expedite things here. Make it so that we don't really have to worry about feeding ourselves for a hot minute. And let's go get all those bloomeries lit. Then we'll go harvest our honey. Put more rye in there. Yeah, this is just quartz. I don't need to stagger these the same way that I would have to stagger something like iron. Okay, done. Our first batch of glass is coming in hot. Now we need to pivot directly to trying to make a whole bunch of charcoal. We need a lot of it. So I'll get that meat stew and then we'll get started on trying to cut down some trees. In fact, there's a forest right over there that I think would be a good place to go. Complete with possible oaks and all. Yeah, let's grab this meat stew and then let's get going. Oh, after we harvest the honey. That's right. Beautiful. 20 more honey. And the carrots, are they done? Oh, yeah, they are. Let's harvest these before we go to get the wood. Alright, there we go. And then we'll come back here and we'll plant rye, spelt, whatever's more cold resistant. Rye is resistant until -12. It's definitely the winner there. I don't need the carrot seeds. Let's deposit those. All this soil's good. Yeah, let's get planting. Alright, let's go to a forest and let's cut that fucker down. Not this forest though, this is my base decoration forest. Hello, old fart. Welcome, buddy. Hell yeah, we're doing really great today, man. Really great. And you're doing well too, Evo. Glad to hear that, buddy. Glad to hear that. I'm happy to see you both. I hope you're both having great days. Alright, I got a whole bunch of berries that we can eat. I mean, it's springtime. We may as well be using these berries, right? Alright, let's continue to the forest. I have a mint condition axe. I'll be able to cut down a bunch of shit. I'm gonna want to focus on the biggest trees I can find. Hopefully we can find an oak or two. I did not bring the shears. Fuck. I'm too far away from home now. I don't really want to go back. If we need sticks, we'll just get them from somewhere else. For now, this is just about the wood. And it doesn't matter what type of wood. So pick a tree, cut it down. There's two fruit trees side by side right here. An F-Fine dynamic microphone? Possibly. I'm gonna see how the mic is in the Audi's Maxwell first. Cause I might not, the more I think about having a standalone mic, the more I realize that like, with me and Zuzi, you know, often sharing the same space, a noise gate on a smaller microphone like this might work better than one on like a mic arm. Okay. That oak promises a shitload of wood. I need more oak wood, but I can't use the oak wood for making firewood. Like, I could use a little bit of it, but most of it I'm gonna want to keep. Yo, old fart, did you hear that Trump was thinking about enacting the Insurrection Act against Minnesota, against Tim Walz? I can use this stack of oak wood. We'll keep this one and use the other one for firewood. Oh, it's okay, buddy. Don't worry about it. I appreciate it, though. Alright, we have enough wood now for a shitload of firewood. For a shitload of charcoal, right? I'm gonna need another axe, though, in order to actually process all of it. In order to process all of this wood into firewood. I might just make flint axes for that, honestly. Just a bunch of flint ones. It'll be nice and quick. Alright, let's head home. I'm gonna try to go over the mountain instead of going around it. Oh, resin. Yes. I was gonna say, these are pines, so there's every possibility that I could find some resin here. Oh, hello. A dead fox. Looks partially charred, perhaps due to a lightning strike. Wow, I didn't know you could find an animal that got killed by a lightning strike. That's crazy. I'll at least check the rest of these pine trees, see if I can find a resin on them. I just heard a goat, but I don't think I'm finding it in this weather. It's very low light conditions right now. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I agree, old fart. Hard agree. There's no other sane, rational way to look at it. They are insurrectionists, yeah, 100%. And the inflammatory language that Tim Waltz has been using, like conflating ICE with the Gestapo, has just been fanning the flames of rebellion, big time. He's been gassing up Karens, like, to a ridiculous extent. All right, let's make a bunch of axes. I'm assuming that you lose 1 durability per log, but let's find out for sure. And I may as well make these axes with bone handles so that we have the extra durability. Yeah, it's 1 each. So if I want to do this entire stack of maple wood, then I'm gonna need another flint axe. Don't get the Audi's Maxwell 2. I heard that it has software issues. Noted, buddy. I was probably gonna get the original anyhow. I'm not exactly a Luddite, but I am extremely skeptical of newer versions of things, right? Like, in my mind, every upgraded version of everything ever is as redundant as the iPhone 55, you know what I mean? My brain just works like that. Maybe I am a Luddite, but I don't know. 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's make one more flint bone axe. Okay, there we go. I have 10 stacks of firewood that we can pile high to the ceiling. And that's all we need. Let's deposit this and the bones. Put the bush meat in here for spoiling.
deposit all of the oak. We have a bunch of it now. And let's go set things up. I just need one piece of dry grass. And a torch. I was getting pretty frustrated. I think a lot of people were getting pretty frustrated with how long Trump was waiting to, you know, hold Tim Walz accountable and finally do something about the rebellion in Minnesota and elsewhere. But now that the protesters have been breaking into ICE vehicles and stealing their assault rifles, like it's unbeatable logic to enact the Insurrection Act. It's literally unbeatable logic. Like, it can't... There is no counter argument anymore. It's the only reasonable thing to do is enact the Insurrection Act. So he's in, like, a can't-lose situation at this point. Alright, should I do more? 16, 32, 64, 80. With 80 more wood, I could do another row. Yeah, let's do one more row. I feel like I should go above and beyond here. We don't make charcoal often, but we do need it often. So we'll make a whole bunch. I just need 80 more wood and one more axe. Do you think it would be possible, Evo, for me to do that scam where like I order a new headset, take the ear pads off of it, swap it with mine, right? And then send back, like, get a refund, you know? Maybe I could do that with the Audi's Maxwell ear pads. Okay, we're gonna use oak wood for the rest. I tried to conserve as much of the oak wood as I could. So I still need 2 more stacks of firewood, which is gonna require 32 regular wood. Got it. Right? Yeah, there we go. All right, let's deposit this. And let's go set it all up. Still no goat babies. We're still waiting on them to finally be born. Well, if I get the Audi's Maxwell headset, and there's if I don't have to tweak a shitload of my OBS settings, then out of brand loyalty alone, and out of respect for the quality, I won't do the ear pad replacement scam. But if I get the Audi's Maxwell headset and I have to do a shitload of OBS tweaks just because, like, you know, my EQ settings don't work anymore, you know, shit like that, then I'm probably just gonna, yeah. Let's grab this. Oh, I couldn't get the fireplace back? That's weird. Well, shit, now I need another piece of wood. It's Chun. Okay. Let's go get more firewood then. I don't really like the look of it. I'm just gonna cut this down. This isn't one of the trees that I planted and it kind of generated funny. They do have mixed feelings about the immigration laws and deportation, but it's also worth noting that Trump won the popular vote, right? So I feel like if half the country is with you, you may as well just unapologetically do it and fuck what the, you know. If 60% of the country votes for you, then the other 40% is allowed to be oppressed. You know, like they can be pissed. It is what it is. Democracy spoke. I wish Trump knew that. Yeah, and the majority of the country voted him in because he promised to deal with the immigration problem, so it's like, why pussyfoot around it if you're already in office and over half of the country voted for you to be there, right? All right, let's go finish setting this up. It's about damn time we got it all set up. That is a massive charcoal pit, much bigger than the first one, 50% larger. All right, there we go. Now we check back in half an hour. If we see black smoke rising from that, then we did it correctly and we'll have charcoal soon. If not, we will have just wasted a shitload of wood. I worked really hard on it, Evo. I worked really hard on it. Really hard on it. And this is a cheap-ass headset, too. This is one of those, like, made in China brands. Yeah, I have a lot of, like, I'll show you the amount of modifications that I actually have on this thing. Let's look at my microphone properties real quick. The enhancements that I have on it. Filters, right here, right? Noise suppression, noise gate, compressor, and limiter. I have 4 different things working together to sort of, like, improve it. The compressor was the hardest thing to figure out, but I found a really good video guide that helped me to figure out the compressor and tailor it to my voice exactly, right? Yeah, there's a lot going on in that mic setup right there. And it was very painful to learn it. Because most of it, like, I didn't know where to look. You can watch 100 videos and fail to find an answer that actually works. I was so happy when I finally found a video that worked for me, and I still have it saved. Like, if anybody else needed to figure out how to do their mic, I could give them that video and help them with it, you know? All right, we have the black smoke rising out, so we did it correctly. I'm going to go ahead and plant another tree right here. Yeah, it's working. 18 hours and we'll have more charcoal. Let's plant these 2 oaks. We're gonna have a fucking forest out here by the house soon. Yeah. I planted so many trees around here, so many. They're gonna sprout one after the other. And come winter, we might have a literal forest at our doorstep. It'll look really nice. The goats still haven't given birth. I'm waiting on that. Let's, swap out the flour. Make more. And let's go check on the glass. It's all done. It's all done. Yeah, we have a shitload of glass. Let's collect it. But I'm gonna need to get my other spare pickaxe. We broke 2 of them, gathering a whole bunch of quartz. And I can actually commence construction of the greenhouse now. I was thinking that I might, last time I did like an oak wood greenhouse. I don't know if I want to do oak wood again. Like, I could do a cobblestone and glass greenhouse, you know? But we'll decide that later, I suppose. Where's my pickaxe? Right here. Let's go grab all that glass. And then immediately start the next batch of glass. Oh yeah, we got a stack and a half of glass out of that. And then I'd like to just do the same fucking thing. 8 of them. 8 bloomeries worth of glass. And we'll put them in the same place. No need to overthink it. Sooner or later, everything is gonna have its own place. But for now, we're still working with the limited framework of a base under construction. And that's not a bad thing, I like it. I like how flexible we can be with everything. I only have 10 charcoal, so until that charcoal over there is done, I can't start the next batch of glass. Deaden the live noise that you have because of the surfaces that are reflective? Do you mean like I have a lot of I have echoing problems in here? Is that what you're talking about? Like we need to put a bunch of stuff on the walls, right? In order to reduce the echo in here? Oh, that glass is still hot? I guess so. All right, we cooled it all down. I do still have the glass roofing stuff. I never typically bother using it, but I do have it. And if I really want to, I could go with cobblestone for the greenhouse. I don't know. I've never, I know for a fact that it looks really, really fucking good when you have oak wood with the glass. I don't know how it would look with the cobblestone. I really have no idea. But we are gonna wanna try to start getting it set up. We're making a shitload of glass slabs regardless. Boom. Okay, 3 stacks of glass slabs. That is a wonderful start. Yeah. we're gonna change these to vertical placement only. Shit, I'm gonna have to get in there, into the pen with the other animals, I think. Maybe not. Hey, babies! Hey, baby. Unfortunately, that lamb is a male. I don't know what the other one's gonna be. But honestly, I'm just gonna tell you guys right now that if I don't end up getting a female, then I'm literally just gonna generate myself one in. And we'll make it generation 1. Yeah, it's way too hard. Like, it takes too long. The thing is, by the time you get to drink milk and benefit from having dairy HP, like, you're just getting bored of the game, right? So I'm gonna make sure that I have at least one female. Yeah, we're definitely gonna make sure we have a generation 1 female. Because here's the difference, right? If I only have generation 0, like a wild goat female, then I only have a 5% chance to successfully milk it. And I can only try like once per day. So as soon as you have a generation 1 female, all of a sudden your chances get a lot better because the chance to succeed goes from 5% all the way to 33%. So it's 1 in 3. And I think you might be able to try like multiple times per day, I think. I'm gonna need full glass blocks for the borders. Yeah, we will need full glass blocks for the borders. So we'll do the borders after. Yeah, you can try maybe like 2 or 3 times per day to successfully milk an animal, right? But you're gonna need a generation 1 minimum animal in order to actually get milk. That 5% chance is crazy ridiculous. I tried to milk my wild goats way back in like attempt 24 or something, and we just could not succeed, dude. For the life of us, we could not succeed. It was so annoying. Just made you feel like you were getting punished all the time. And what I really don't want to happen is I spend this entire playthrough getting a whole bunch of males over and over again, and I still don't get to drink any fucking milk. You know what I mean? We're gonna get milk in this playthrough even if I have to cheat to get it, because I just don't respect the system as it's currently implemented. At the very least, you should be able to craft a narcotic drug to soothe wild females so that you can milk them. There needs to be something in place. Even if it requires additional resources, certain types of mushrooms, whatever, right? You should be able to make something that allows you to get milk from a generation 0 female. Or you should just be able to milk it, but... Alright, I did the entire outer perimeter. As far as the roof goes... I don't know how we're gonna do the roof exactly. I have a very strange layout here, but I think we can figure it out. I think so. Anyway, I'm gonna start crafting a whole bunch of cobblestone slabs, I think. I don't know, the oak worked really well, it did. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with the oak again, fuck it. We need to make a whole bunch of planks. Boom. Is that a whole bunch of planks? I fucking think so. Alright. That'll do for now. We'll see how far that gets us. And we have more planks if we need more slabs. Let's start swapping out the fences. Let's eat. God, that's so weird. It feels weird that somebody can be an illegal immigrant living on social assistance programs and siphoning tax dollars, and people are like feeling bad about like honestly, if they were here legally, they could stay. That's the weirdest part about it. Literally all they have to do is what you're supposed to do, and then no one goes after them, no one stops them, no one gives them any trouble. It's so fucking weird. I don't know. I do tend to disagree that it's that the majority of people have a problem with it. I think it's a minority of people that actually have a problem with ICE deporting illegals. It's just a very loud and vocal minority that has a problem with it. That's my view of it. I'm gonna need another axe. And if I don't bite the bullet and simply make a bronze axe, then we'll be dealing with shitty ones forever. Yeah, let's make a good axe. I'll also potentially make a new Falk's blade. My charcoal's not done, right? Like, I'd imagine it's gonna take a lot longer. Fuck, I can't see over there now. I planted a bunch of trees. Yeah, it's still going. Okay. Time to do some ingot processing. Okay. Oh, we need whatever that is. Sounds to me like a source of fat. There it is. Son of a bitch. That goat is gonna go straight into the water, I can already tell. I need to try to flank it from over here so that it doesn't run into the water and purposefully drown itself. That's exactly what it's gonna do. Alright. Oh yeah. But we need his fat. Oh yeah. Let's see what we got. All right, good. Yeah, we got 3 fat. That's great. Resin remains the bottleneck. All right. Okay, those are ready now. We have to get smithing. Okay, I don't think I need another hammer yet. We're really just making an axe now, and then we'll figure out what else after. Heavy hits. Got it. Right on, Butterman. What's the mod you're making? Well, true, old fart. I do wish that there was more aggressive messaging to shame those people. Like, if somebody's worried about losing their illegal immigrant gardener, then you need to call them a racist. Right? Like, why do they need slave labor? Why can't they pay an American to, like, do that? And have a little civic pride. We need to make a new scythe. Right on, let's make a scythe. It reminds me of, oh my god, it was either Sunny Hostin or Joy Behar from The View. One of them actually said, like, if we kick out these illegal immigrants, then who's gonna clean our swimming pools? Who's gonna plant our crops, you know? It's like, I don't know, maybe fucking Americans? like, hello, what are we talking about here? All right, we have a replacement right there. I already crafted the axe. I think I'm going to craft another hammer at this point. Make sure that we're set regarding the hammer for a while. Because this is our last one, and I don't doubt we're going to need another. Possibly going to need another chisel, too. I don't know. Our chisel's at about half durability right now, because we crafted a whole bunch of workshop stuff. We'll have to wait and see how things go. Definitely gonna need another hammer, though. All right, Butter. There we go. I made a whole bunch of new tools. And we can keep on working on our greenhouse build. I'm making great time on the greenhouse right now. Do we have the other baby yet? I'm very curious to see whether or not the game has the absolute gall to screw me out of a female with 2 chances. All right, let's eat. I need to leave that there until I have full blocks, I think. I'm gonna need a full block for that. All right. I can't really do that, otherwise they're gonna get out, right? I'll change their pen soon. Soon enough. In fact, maybe I'll just shrink it now. Save myself the trouble later. There. All right. The gate right there. So we have almost the entire border done, with the exception of the middles, which I'm gonna need whole glass blocks for. But I could start doing the roof. Our charcoal still isn't done yet. I'm gonna have to switch these every single time. And now that we have the entire row, I can do this much more easily. Yeah. Much faster. All right, we have more. All right, we have the first room done, more or less. Now I'm gonna need to start the next one with wood instead of glass. What goes there? How did I do that again in my previous series? I have to check. I pretty much have to take a look.
Painting.
Butter dairy instead of better dairy. Right on. Okay, I think I have an idea of what it might be. Oh, okay. That's the mod you're talking about then. No, that's not the mod you're talking about. So you're going to be making two different mods, but you're putting forward that you might make one for improving dairy. I wonder what that other mod is. Alright, we need to get eyes on my fucking farm. Where is that? Come on. Show me my farm. All right, so I have a border all the way around it. What does the middle wall look like? On the roof. I need to see the top. It looks like it was just a row of wood up there. Yeah, it is a row of wood. All right. Well, fair enough. Good. Now I know I won't be making a mistake with it, right? That's the important thing. I'm gonna need more glass at this point. I can't really keep working on it. But we did what we could. Yeah, we've done what we could. And we'll continue working on it pretty soon. We'll get there. I just need that charcoal to be done, so I'm actually thinking that for the first time in a long time, I might sleep. I'm gonna sleep the night away, and then we'll take a look at the charcoal, see if it's done. Oh, I agree, old fart. I agree. As someone who was drugged with Ritalin as a kid, I've become very aware of what atrocities people consider normal. It's crazy, dude. Even abortion, such a simple topic as murdering an infant, and people are bending over backwards to claim it's a human right, you know? I have a right to murder my infant child. You don't want me to be able to murder my infant child because you hate women. That's gotta be it. 100%, that's gotta be it. That's exactly what it is. All right, now let's go check on the charcoal and see if it's done, and if so, gather the shit out of all of it, because we definitely need it. I have a lot of oak slabs remaining, which we will need, but we can't do anything with them until we have glass. However, I will make a whole bunch of oak planks, because we are gonna need those to continue working on things over there. Okay. Deposit the bush meat in here. I'm making more meat stew. For now, let's go gather all that charcoal. It is done. Shitty part is, like, I feel like in my own mind, when I contemplate the way that people live in this day and age, even I find myself, whenever I'm expressing, like, contempt with abortion, for example, there's a little part of me that's like, who gives a shit? Right? Because we already commit so many evils in society as is, where it's like, if we really cared about kids, we wouldn't drug them with Ritalin, so why should we care about infants, right? Or if we really cared about kids, we wouldn't feed them, if we really cared about babies, we wouldn't feed them baby food, like Gerber baby food that has fucking seed oils in it, you know, all sorts of other fucked up shit. Lead, cadmium, yeah, we depopulate children just like adults. We even do it to dogs and cats, you know? The simple truth is, kibble is... it's not really fit for human consumption. You know what I mean? And you just know, you know how people, food companies make them sick and then pharmaceutical companies profit off it, and pharmaceutical companies want to keep people sick so they can keep profiting off them? Well, I think the veterinary industry is the exact same. In fact, I have a theory that fluoride actually causes cavities. In dentistry, for example, I think the same is true of dentistry. Because the moment you have perfect teeth that never need any cleaning or touch-ups, they go out of business. In the same way that if you have a healthy population, the pharmaceutical industry goes bankrupt, right? If your dogs and cats are healthy, veterinarians can't make any money. I have a personal experience with that. Our dog Buttercup was butchered and murdered by a vet. My mom was unfortunately dumb enough to fall for it. This dentist convinced my mom that my dog Buttercup had to have all of the teeth in her mouth ripped out. And then Buttercup ended up dying to an infection after that procedure. So we paid $2,500 for our precious baby to die brutally in a lot of pain after being mutilated. Why? Because the veterinary clinic was undergoing renovations and it was during COVID and they probably needed the money. So this sociopathic veterinarian, in order to fund those renovations, deceived my gullible mother into butchering our dog and torturing her, basically, robbing.
They gave us pills for her.
Yeah.
After ripping out her teeth. Pills. How are we supposed to
Yeah.
afford pills?
Yeah. Yeah, just.
I remember how we had to brush up pills and suck them up. And put into like porcelain.
Yeah. And when I think about these things, that's why a lot of people say that there's no such thing as a justification for violence. I know. But man, I wanted to enact violence against that veterinary clinic. Honestly. They murdered my baby for renovation's sake. I wanted to burn the fucking thing down to get revenge. I didn't, of course. Still there. But I wanted to, and I am not ashamed to admit that I really wanted to. Because I feel like when you see evil like that just playing out and nobody does anything about it, you know? So I get it. The problem with liberals is that they have a distorted view of what actual torment is, right? We're taking people who did not follow the law and we're removing them from the country legally because they illegally entered it. There's plenty of people who entered the country legally and they can stay. Hell, they have good relationships with their neighbors. They have good employment. They have good, they have a good rapport with the government. They have great credit. They have their own bank account. They have a car they take to work every day. They're not getting paid under the table. They're paying taxes. They're a dignified citizen. There's a big difference between deporting someone like that and deporting an illegal. And I understand righteous fury, but the problem with Democrats is that there's nothing righteous about it. Not really. It's just a whole bunch of theater kids, a bunch of Disney adults who want to have main character syndrome and put themselves on a pedestal because they have nothing else in their lives to define them or give them any sort of value as a person. Right? They have no personality, they have no interests, arts, or hobbies, they have no significant other to elevate them and give them a sense of self-worth. So what do? Faux activism, right? I guess that's what pisses me off so much about it. And you know that the same people calling us monsters for laughing at the death of Renee Good and saying she deserved it were celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder 3 months ago. You fucking know it. You know it, I know it, and they want to get on their soapbox and they want to pretend like it's unthinkable that we would be laughing at Renee Good now. Give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break, right? Okay, now, we have a scythe, we have a saw, we're gonna deposit these. Make sure they're ready for use later. I have the knife, we have charcoal, so at long last I can set up the next batch of glass. Let's grab an entire stack of quartz. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I do think that I probably gathered enough quartz to do the entire greenhouse without having to mine for more quartz. We may even have like a vast surplus after it's all said and done. Which is what I was hoping. All right, let's go grab our torch. Well, sometimes vets will help. Right, Euclid? Sometimes vets will help. But it's like every other walk of life where you're either gonna have a, like, let's say you're in prison, for example. You're either gonna have a prison guard that understands that you might have, like, you might be a betrayed child living a life that went wrong for reasons that were not your fault. But then you have another guard who just sociopathically derives pleasure from sadistically torturing you, right? I think veterinarians can be the same. They can either be normal people with consciences, well-adjusted, true north compasses to their conscience, or they can be sociopathic, narcissistic, psychopathic, and they can view you as a stepping stone to achieve their ends, right? And I think, unfortunately, that's the veterinary experience that we had over in Nova Scotia.
Remember Henry? How he had that thing on his,
Yeah.
and how the family and the vets told them that Henry had that, you know, they would it wasn't the tumor and that could be really,
Yeah.
really
Well, because you know that they could charge you an awful lot of money if it's a life-saving cancer treatment rather than a cyst, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is that the veterinary the medical industry it's all about pushing medicine. It's all about profit. The argument that's the doctors who get it. It's all can do that.
Oh. You heard me talking about the ICE incident. You're not from the US. What are my thoughts about it? ICE is doing what they should do. Donald Trump is doing what he should do. It's totally fine to immigrate to a country legally, the right way, the good way, follow the law, enter the country, get citizenship and all that. But the only people that ICE are removing are illegal immigrants who basically jumped over the border to be there, and they've been ignoring their court dates and flaunting the law, right? So everybody being deported by ICE deserves to be deported by ICE, whether they're 17 years old. You know, like, the thing is, there's a lot of kids being deported, but they're being deported with their parents, their illegal immigrant parents, right? So it's like, it's not fair to punish kids for their parents' crimes, but it has to be done because those kids are every bit as illegal as the parents are, and they don't have a place in the country, right? Like, they don't belong. It's complex, but it is what it is. Yeah, I totally agree with everything ICE is doing. And that girl, Renee Good, who recently got shot, she 100%, like, put herself in a position where she kind of needed to get shot. She fucking ran into him, right? She drove into an officer. And I would challenge anybody to go try to drive your car into a police officer and see what happens. Just go check it out. Go try it out. See how that works out for you. Let me know what happened, and we'll talk about it some more. Yeah. All right, let's keep this going. So far, we're doing okay. I'm adding the rooftop rim to all of this. Hello. we're gonna need more slabs, so let's make more. Horizontal placement only. Okay, there we go. We have the roof all done. Well, the outside of the roof all done. Yeah. Now we need to take these planks and we need to do the middle walls. We'll have the glass soon enough. We started producing the glass, so we're getting there. Yeah, I'm not seeing the options you were given, Euclid. I think we're missing a message from you. So they put him under and cleared him out, and they created like long term. Yeah, it seems we don't see the other one. He was getting regular care that was financially unsustainable but medically necessary. Yeah. Although, one thing I have to mention, Euclid, my dog Rocky, he had a food sensitivity problem. He had like an allergy to meat protein. And he used to scratch his ears so much, dude, like so much, constantly scratching his ears. And well, I just want to say that like we don't know if your dog's problem could have been caused by like the food he was eating, right? Because a lot of dog food is highly processed, just as dangerous as ultra processed food is to humans, right? So, I mean, it's worth considering that it may have been a necessary procedure, but there may have been an alternative means of like diet tweaking that you could have done that might have been cheaper and fixed the problem, right? Ever since our dog Rocky, I've always tried to keep in mind that the veterinary industry is just like the pharmaceutical industry, where for humans, for example, they don't want to teach you about the ketogenic diet. They don't want to teach you about the carnivore diet, right? They want you to be entirely like dependent on the drugs. They don't want you to have healthy habits or anything like that. You know, they don't want you to fix your bill of health without needing pharmaceutical intervention. Yeah, the veterinary industry is very much in the same vein. They would like for us to have sick animals so that they can keep on profiting off those treatments forever. It's in the veterinary industry's best interest to make that the reality, right? It's fucked up, but it is what it is. Of course, it's too late for regrets. All right, our animals have suffered. We don't know if there could have been a better way to help them, better way to save them, but ground beef for cost, it didn't help. Yeah, my dog Rocky, interesting thing to say here is that with Rocky, he would get allergies from chicken and from pork, but if we gave him ground beef, no allergies. For some reason, he was able to tolerate beef. And that blew my fucking mind. Like, he was okay with beef. He wouldn't get itchy ears. He wouldn't get, like, any mildew in his ears. Like, he was okay with beef. A-okay. And in small amounts, yeah. And he could have beef bones and stuff, like, but anytime he went toward poultry or pork, it would cause the flare-ups again, right? So he had an intolerance to some meats, hell, most meats, but not beef. And it's kind of like how beef is the healthiest meat that humans can eat, right? Maybe it's also the healthiest meat that dogs can eat. All right, how much time is left on the glass? 6 hours, 7 hours technically. We're just gonna sleep and then that glass could be done. Oh God, Chris, that's horrible, buddy. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, the world doesn't... Well, human society does not discriminate in its torture. No creature too innocent. They'll make us all miserable if they can, right? It's really scary what a want of profit has done to the world and to us. That's a lot of drifters right there. Okay. All right, the glass should be done now. Let's go check it out. I'm gonna need whole glass blocks for a lot of the stuff that we still have to do. So we don't want to convert these. Yeah, we don't want to convert these into slabs. Not yet. Not until we know that we've done everything we need the whole glass blocks for. All right, there we go. Let's cool these off so I can actually hold them without burning my hands. Your workplace had ICE agents asking you questions a couple of days ago? Yeah. Well, yeah. Do you... Are there any illegals employed at your place of employment? They're fishing where the fish are, you know what I mean? That's what they do. You fish where the fish are. All right. Let's equip the lantern in the offhand. All right. Now we need to go grab our saw. I think we got all the borders. So at this point, all we need is slabs in order to finish our greenhouse build permanently. Still no second baby. I have no idea whether or not we're gonna get a female. I hope we do, because if I can get that milk and get a female baby without cheating to get it, that'd make me feel real good. But I also am gonna feel pretty guilt-free if I have to cheat to get a female, because I've played 28 playthroughs and never eaten milk, and I think there's something wrong with that. It's too hard to get. Way too hard to get. Okay, now let's make some porridge. I'm gonna make a bunch of porridge, honestly. Simple veggie porridge will do. Okay. Got it lit. Not my current workplace, but when I used to work at a hotel, the entire housekeeping staff was, yeah. Yeah, true, buddy. True. Agreed, Zuzi, agreed. Yeah, honestly, in a lot of ways, dog food is far worse than some of the ultra-processed foods that humans eat. If you tried to feed a human child, like, kibble, Oh, buddy. Well, actually, I won't say that because to tell you the truth, I don't know whether I'd rather eat kibble or like...
You wouldn't want to eat.
Kibble tastes grosser.
It's not about the taste. It's about the fact that the it's impossible to be digested. Yeah, you wouldn't do well on it because what they is the sort of corn that they feed the cows and stuff that humans couldn't.
Oh.
Yeah, it's in
The trimmings of the industry.
the trimmings. It's,
Oh.
yeah.
Well, even worse. They're taking creatures that can't speak about the pain that you put them in and just torturing the ever-living fuck out of them. Oh, yeah, well, that's the funny thing, right? Like Euclid, a lot of the people arguing for illegal immigrants are the people benefiting from their cheap labor. All right, we have a whole bunch of slabs. I can make more if I need them. Well, I will need them, but let's do what we can right now. Okay. Here we go. I gotta change these to horizontal placement only. And I'm gonna want to cut down that tree because it's too close to my greenhouse. All right. All right, let's go get a look up above. Yeah, that looks copacetic. That also looks copacetic. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need more glass. But we got a lot of it done. And I'll put some doors down here.
sorry, Jeremy. I can tell that you are just sort of a bad faith troll, so I'm gonna put you in timeout like a kid, alright? We'll see you tomorrow, maybe. Alright, let's start another final batch. Yeah, we need 8 bloomery bases. This is our last batch of glass, and we'll have surplus glass when this is done. A lot of it. Okay, looks like 3 pieces of peat is enough to finish vegetable porridge, 6 servings of vegetable porridge or fruit porridge. Very nice. Let's deposit the oak planks. And then... make more. Good. We'll deposit these glass slabs for now. Same with... here, let's just craft those. Yep. There we go. Okay, so let's craft 8 lids. And then we already have the charcoal, and we will grab more quartz. You missed what he said? He basically said, why are we talking about this with... why are we talking about this stuff while watching a Minecraft ripoff, right? He was just, you know... the full context of his comments was bad faith trolling and trying to get a rise out of us. What was... it was just a chair. Yeah. Alright, let's go get some veggie soup to eat, and we'll light all of that glass and get it creating. Okay. Man, we got our greenhouse done so early this year. I agree, Euclid. I have to agree with the Project Zomboid criticism. I was a very big fan of playing Coaster's One Painful Year challenge. I loved it. It was the perfect gameplay experience to my mind. But they ruined it when they added the muscle strain mechanic, right? Now you can barely get away with playing 6 months later anymore. There's usually too many zombies and your body can't keep up with the strain of trying to kill them, right? You can play Apocalypse or whatever just fine, but I feel like once you start trying to do something like One Painful Year, that's when the muscle strain really... it becomes evident how crippling it is.
All right, let's go put in a new batch of flour. A new batch of grain to become flour. Oh, we have had such a productive day. How long has this stream been going on for? 9 hours and 28 minutes. You can't turn the context menu back on. Are you talking about like how you used to be able to right click to put up barricades, but now you can't? And now you need to use the crafting menu? I do feel like they tried too hard to fit a square peg in a round hole in that sense, where they overcomplicated too many things because they wanted every mechanic, they wanted every circular mechanic to fit into the square peg of their crafting system that they made, right? That's the best way I can describe it. All right, let's go to sleep. And then our glass will be nearly done when we wake up in the morning. And we can try to finish the farm. All of the greenhousing and everything. Yeah, I do happen to believe that Build 41 was the golden age of Zomboid, and I would have loved it if they added a whole bunch of those new mechanics and just didn't add the muscle strain. I even like the shooting mechanics as they are now. They're still tweaking them and working them out, but I like being able to aim my shots. I think that was a W, right? So they gave birth. Both of the lambs are males, but that gives me an excuse to cheat. So we are going to kill these females. Yeah, it's too much work. It's way too much work to get harvestable milk. So we're gonna kill these, and I'm gonna give myself 2 lamb females, and with those, and then I'm gonna change those lamb females to, you know what? No, I'll even be fair. I'm only gonna give myself 1 generation 1 female. I'm not gonna give myself 2, and we'll just pretend like I got 1 male and 1 female as the offspring. I'll be fair like that.
Look at Tom
taking shortcuts. What month is it? September? May, June, July, August, September. I just spent 5 in-game months, the equivalent of about 14 hours, breeding these goats so I could get 2 males and get no closer to milk. When you contextualize it like that, it makes perfect sense why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Yo, I get it. I don't want to spend hours is what you're saying.
Oh yes, I'm basically cheating, Susie, that's right. Why don't we call it what it is? A spade is a spade, and Tom's a casual, that's right.
I think we can call it what it is. Tom doesn't want to spend hours waiting for another leg.
Yeah. God, what a loser he is. What a fucking... Some people are tryhards, he's just a cryhard. Alright, GMC. Lamb. So, bighorn lamb, female. We're gonna put those down. Oh yeah, right, I only need 1. Hang on. I can pick it up and then delete it. Yeah, we have 1. Bighorn lamb, female, generation 1. I have to change the generation. Apparently I can. Change generation of animal vintage story. Right here, this is the command that I need while looking at the animal. Set gen 1. The fuck? Generation, not a number. What are you talking about? Oh, maybe this just has to be like 1. Oh, come on. Fuck. Okay. All right, there we go, guys. We did it. I earned a Generation 1 female. Hell yeah, buddy. We might get some milk soon. And all I had to do was work for it, because in my reality, hard work pays off. Beautiful. All right, let's go back home. I can harvest the bees very shortly. I'll bet you our glass is just about done. Oh yeah, Euclid. The Fun Pimps are trying to speedrun, just making their entire player base hate them. Yeah. The story of 7 Days to Die is, okay, basically it's a tower defense game where you get attacked by hordes once a week, and every time the community found out something that worked, the Fun Pimps would nerf or ruin it. So people used to dig underground and have cave bases, and then the Blood Moon, the tower defense segment, wouldn't, you know, the zombies wouldn't be able to reach them. It was a way to safely get by while the hordes were wandering the streets above you. So they made it so zombies can dig and that they always know where the player is. So then, you know, they could dig underground. Other people, they started building bases where, like, you have a trapdoor. The zombies run up to you to get to you, right? They run up to you, and then you open the door, flush them down, and they run back up again. So they made it so that when the zombies fall, they now attack the pillars holding up your base. Rage mode, they call it, right? And the game has so many instances of this where the Fun Pimps will see that the players are doing something, that there's a subset of the community that has a certain play style that they don't like, so they will significantly alter the game to ruin. It's basically, they don't want people playing the game any way other than the way that they want it to be played, right? They don't believe in play styles. They believe in their play style, and everything else is an insult to them, and they nerf or ruin it. That's the Fun Pimps. That's it. That's the whole story. That's the lore, as it were. That's the lore accurate interpretation of the Fun Pimps as a development studio. All right, let's deposit those. I can make more red meat stew once this cooking pot has been emptied. Or I can just grab a couple of these and then empty the veggie stew into those, and now I can cook the meat. I need 3 more red meat, in order to fill another crock pot with it. Let's grab 6 peat. That's how much I need to cook this. Oh, you know, okay, so you know what 7 Days to Die is, you've just never played it. But basically that's the story of it. That's the whole game. And it has been ever since its inception. They find out that players are doing something that they don't like, and they subvert and undermine it and eliminate it as a play style entirely. And that's been like the game's entire history pretty much by this point. Yeah. All right, I'm going to go ahead and use this temporal gear to make my necklace. I think I might need rope to do it. Yep, there we go. All right, let's wear that. Oh, that looks nice. Hell yeah. Then I'll just get rid of this bronze gem necklace. Okay, let's grab my saws and the oak slabs. Okay, let's finish this greenhouse. These greenhouses. All right. All right, I'm happy to say the roof and the walls of every greenhouse are done. I just need to add doors to get it fully operational. It looks good. It looks nice, decorative. Now, we have to put some vertical corners here. And then I'll chisel them out so that it's like a neat box. Oh, nice. I had just enough glass slabs. Now I have 64 glass blocks that we can use at our leisure anytime we want to. Beautiful. All right, let's deposit those. I'm gonna need a chisel at this point. Oh, I still have 2 glass slabs in there. Fair enough. Okay, and let's seal this crock pot of meat stew. And store it. Okay. Chisel and hammer. We'll use QP's chisel. I prefer to save the durability of the normal chisel for crafting tasks. I don't know, Euclid. I don't know. Yeah, and well, they had this strong desire to make their game the next big multiplayer game, and that kind of it drove them to make decisions that just barely made any sense. Like they had a lot of features in the game where, like attributes, for example, they added player attributes, but really all the attributes did was pigeonhole people into playing certain attributes and ignoring all the others, or going for specific skills that everybody needed in single player. Rather, like basically there were perks and abilities that you needed in certain trees, so everybody was putting points into strength and intellect, and everybody was ignoring perception and fortitude, for example. They pigeonholed all the single players into specific builds, like meta builds, And the reason why they did it was because they thought their game was going to be the next big multiplayer thing, and it just it never took off that way. I think for most people, 7 Days to Die was a single player game first, and a multiplayer game second. I don't like that glass chiseling effect. Is there any way I can fix that with creative? Can I like... Let's see here. Is there like a quarter slab or like a half slab or something? No. So I would have to do more precise chisel work in order to fix that. But I'm gonna need things that I don't have on hand. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give myself slate, polished slate. Here. We're looking for the blackest rock we can find, the blackest polished rock. Whichever one of these matches that. Yeah, I need to add this outline, right? It's not gonna look perfect, but it's gonna be something I can do. Wait, yeah, GMC, creative. I think the basalt is what I want to use. And if I use this, it doesn't turn out the same, right? The slate. Which one of those blends better? Definitely the basalt is the one that I want to use. All right, fair enough. I don't suppose there's a blacker block that I could use. Like there's slate, there's basalt, and there's what, shale? Can I even polish shale? Oh, that's like blue. Okay, fair enough. What about obsidian? Because all I want to do is get the closest possible. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any form of polished obsidian or anything. The best I can do is slate to get as close as possible to the color that I need, which is really weird. Like, really, really weird. Ah, misclick. All right, I'm just gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna replace it for free. Because honestly, I shouldn't even have to do this. This is kind of a principled stance right here. Yeah. For some reason, when you turn this into a chiseled block, it gets rid of the black frame. And it's kind of a buzzkill. Wait, do I want to use the slate or the basalt? Honestly, I do feel like the basalt is blending better. It's odd, but I do. I'm gonna notice these corners pretty much forever, unfortunately. There's never gonna be a time where I fail to notice these. But there's just nothing I can do about it. However, one good thing about this is that I am actually gonna be able to copy and paste this design to other ones instead of having to do this chiseling myself every single time. So it'll save me a little bit of the effort. All right. Yeah, you know what? It's barely noticeable. We found a solution somewhat. So let's go grab our pantograph. I just need to make sure that I have more of the polished stone. More of the Polish stone. There is shale right there. All right. I need to test out the shale at least. While we still have daylight, I need to be able to see what it looks like. Basalt, slate, and here is now the shale. It's not as good of a match. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of the shale. We're using the basalt, I believe. Or wait, slate? Yeah, we're using the slate. Okay, so we don't need the basalt, we only need the slate rock. Paste shape and materials. Copy. And paste. Oh, that's weird. Oh, but I have to rotate it. Okay, fair enough. There. Yeah, it works. Doesn't look the best, but it does work for what we need it to do. This is gonna take more in-depth hands-on chisel work though, unfortunately. I'll have to return there and do that. All right, the bees are pretty much ready for harvest. Let's add this to it. Boom. All right. So now I need to go to the other side. Those are double wide. I need to add it right here. And I have to do a rim around the top. Okay, now for the top. I might want to hurry this up because if it gets too dark, I can't really see unless I place my lantern down. I would have to specifically place my lantern down because I can't really hold it when I need a hammer in my offhand for the chiseling. All right, hang on. There. Right? So that looks good from this side. Now I just need to do that outside corner right there. I have a spare lantern by accident. Let's delete it. They shouldn't rely on weapons being good. Oh, yeah. I do need to make this wider. Shit, I didn't do these proper. Anyway, take care for now, buddy. We'll see you in a little bit. It's been good to chill. We're using the slate rock. God, this is so annoying. This is so much time that I shouldn't have to spend doing this. All right, and then we need to do this as well. And then I have to copy and paste these again. All right, there we go. It's done. Let's grab that, delete the spare, and then copy it. Paste, and then rotate. Now, I will come back and do that trim, but I want to finish this first. Oh, shit. Wait, I can put that there. All right. Okay, we fixed all the corners. They look how they should, more or less. Can't believe I had to spend time on that. It's so dumb that when you chisel glass, you remove the frame. Like, why? Why is that even a thing, you know? Anyway, let's put that down right there. I feel like I removed a block I wasn't supposed to. That one. Okay. It's really hard to see the glass too, which can make it very difficult to do this. All right. There's that. Okay. The hardest part to get is gonna be this corner right here. I'm gonna want to take that from the top, actually. All right. It won't be hard if I do it from the top. Oh, nice. I can actually use the zoom to help me with precision chiseling. Let's move over here. I have to be very, very fucking specific. Oh my god, this is hard. Hang on. There we go. I think it's finally fixed. Like, all of it. Okay. Now I just need an oak slab. And we are done. I have corrected the deficiencies with the game. That looks acceptable. It looks acceptable. Yeah, it does. We're gonna exit creative mode now. Get rid of this slate rock. And cut down this tree before it causes a rampant forest fire that burns my house down. Or at least burns my greenhouse down. All right, now all we need to do is put some doors on here and we're done. Let's eat. Deposit. So, what's next? The doors. I need to make doors, and I think that we need a saw as well as a hammer in order to craft the doors that I like to use. It might just be a hammer. Yeah. There, we made a whole bunch. We should have enough of those doors. And we'll know right away if our greenhouse is working properly. Yep, greenhouse activated. Greenhouse activated. Activated. And one last greenhouse to activate. We got it. Now, let's harvest our honey. We've wanted to do this for a while. I've been unable to because I had to do that bullshit chiseling. All right. Alright. So, Zuzi, what do you say we pop that chicken in the oven and I get off of here and we get cozy? Chicken nuggets? Yeah, damn straight. Hmm? We don't bake them. We fry them. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. And we got a female. Isn't that awesome, guys? We got a female on our first try. All I had to do was delete the males that we actually got and use creative mode to give birth to the female, and then use a console command to make it a Generation 1 female. Other than that, everything was legit and by the book. Mm-hmm. But I don't give a shit. I don't even feel bad about it. I don't feel bad about it at all. Fucking stupid how hard it is to get milk. I have no respect for it. And I'm totally okay with subverting it. Alright, now. With the greenhouses done, we have a lot less to worry about. We can really focus on the iron and stuff and building the house. I need to get iron so I can make a beehive kiln. And with the beehive kiln, I can make the bricks I need to make a wonderful home. We almost have enough meat stew for the entirety of winter and beyond. I'm going to process another batch of flour. Alright. So, the Hellhammer. We could go about setting all that up tomorrow, really. I just don't think we have enough supplies on hand to get it done. In order to make that angled gear, I need a saw and a hammer, and then on top of the saw and hammer, I need a chisel, maybe? For more axles. So let's make the angled gears real quick. I can make 5. There we go. And now we just make as many axles as possible. Hammer, chisel, wood, and fat. This saw is almost broken. We'll just make more oak boards until it breaks. There. Let's go set up whatever we can in preparation for tomorrow's labors. We have a lot of iron to make tomorrow. We're finally entering the Iron Age, and we're so ahead of schedule, man. It's mid-September, and I'm getting iron. Like, that blows my fucking mind. All right, let's put this down right here so we have some light to work with. Oh, I like that. Well, one lantern almost lights up the entire room. Oh my god, it does. I can use one lantern to light this entire space. That's amazing, dude. All right. Anyway. I don't like how you can't attach a gear to a gear right here. You can do it everywhere else, but you can't do it right here. It's annoying. So, in light of that, how do I have to do this? There's a way I have to do it. Just like this, I guess. Or I could fish it down right here. Technically, just go directly overhead. That doesn't end up in the right place. That should. Okay, that's hooked up. Now we gotta do the same thing. I need to use extra gears, unfortunately. I can't do anything about it. It's really stupid, but you do have to use extra gears. I'm not gonna bother explaining why. Alright, let's just grab all this. And then mirror what we did over there. Alright, unless I make one more gear, I can't hook up both of the Hell of Hammers. Unfortunately. It's stupid, but it is what it is. Can't do anything about it. But we are close to having both set up properly. And for now, I think I'm just gonna keep this going. May as well. Until I can make that last angled gear. So I need to find one more resin. Which is kind of shitty. It is what it is. Let's get out there. It's probably been a week since we did our mass gathering. Bet you dollars to donuts we'll find a resin if we go out there pretty quickly. We have a Temporal Storm approaching. So let's hurry the hell up and let's find the single piece of resin that we need. It ought not take too long. Here we go. And if I'm already here, it might not be a bad idea to just take a peek around before that temporal storm happens. I wonder if I left myself any fat at home. So it takes 168 hours. I'm pretty sure that's a week. It takes a week for resin to respawn. Okay, we got some aggression. We can take advantage. I need whatever fat this thing can offer us. Alright, let's get it. Got it. Every problem is being solved. 1, 2, 3 spears. All of them are accounted for. Alright, we can get out of here now. We have everything that we need to finish our setup. Yeah, let's start heading home. I'll take a peek at these trees on the way. Grab that. I'll try to track down that boar. It just depends on how hard it is. Beautiful. We got 2 more fat. So halfway through October, I'll be able to come back here and gather resin again. Until then, it's tapped out. But I got 10 just by coming over here. I like it. We can get some resin here. You only really need like 1 good pine forest, and then you just gotta visit that shit once a week and you're good. Oh, fuck yeah. That was dope. Yeah, I thought there might be another boar here. That's why I didn't leave right away. Fuck yeah. The fool came back. He came back just so he could die. Anyway, we got a hell of a lot more fat than I was expecting. Wild animals, they have a rather forgiving respawn timer. They come back quick. Anyway, guys, I am happy to say that we have achieved greenhouse and iron in this episode. It was a lot of work, but we got it. And when we come back in the next episode, we'll be able to enjoy having both. Honestly, we got mechanical power, the greenhouse, and access to iron in this episode. Huge day. Huge day. So much work. We were nowhere close to this when we logged in. And a lot of our trees are growing in as well. In the next episode, we are going to build our actual house. We're going to try to finish our little, our massive windmill. Yeah, we're going to try to do the windmill, the house, and then the boathouse also for the sailboat. Doing the story stuff is going to be a hell of a lot funner for us. A hell of a lot funner. Now that we get to sail to the destinations instead of fucking just walking. All right, let's cook that. I'm gonna wait out this temporal storm. We got some last minute things to do around here anyway. Is the leather done? All these hides are prepared and ready for transfer into the strong tannin. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad, does it? It's beautiful. So I need sticks and wood. Well, sticks and what? Yeah, actual wood. All right, we made 6 angled gears. We're ahead of it for now. Not for long, but for now. I'm gonna need a new chisel very shortly. Deposit the saw. Close the door, make sure that we're safe in here. And the hides. I'll be able to make even more leather. I can make 3 more batches of leather already. Very good. All right, deposit the resin and the bones, as well as our barrels down here. We have a whole bunch of flour for making pies later. And I'm gonna need a little bit more beeswax. Let's squeeze that out right now. I might just want to finally make a barrel of it, but for now we won't. Okay. Meat stew. 4 servings, let's seal that. And then grab another crock pot. Collect these servings. All right. We only need to get 1 more crock pot worth of meat and we'll have all of that saved up, all of it. So I have 6 angled gears, I have 6 wooden axles. We are ready to set up our iron production. We're already sitting on 407 magnetite nuggets, but we will want to get some more. Definitely gonna want to get some more. I have gotten faster and faster and faster at getting all this shit done. I definitely think I've approached to like some level of mastery over the progression of the game. It's just the story stuff and the bosses that I still need to get mastery over. All right, I am gonna close myself in real quick. There, should be fine in here. Can't be attacked. I'll be right back.
managed to forget and walk in here. Boats.
Alright, well, I did think of something that I could do in the meantime. We need more fire clay. I need to be able to make pie. Alright, so it's about time I got on that. All we really need to do is make more calcined flint. So let's chuck that in there. It requires coal, for sure. So let's just put 49 in there. Boom. And I do want to get it lit, but I don't want to take that torch off the wall, because that's actually spawn-proofing a couple of tiles. All right, there we go. How many cups of coffee did I have today? I think I had 2. Yeah, buddy, 2 big cups. Happy days. This ceramic vessel isn't even in use. Do I have anything in my bag, by the way? No. Okay. Man, I am just about ready to call it a day. 10.5-hour stream and we got so much done. So much done. Yeah, we're gonna make a whole bunch of fire clay. That's the most immediate task right now, is making that fire clay. We need pie. I can just stick the ovens up here for now, but we will build a nice big fireplace. I have a beautiful plan for our house. Beautiful. It is going to be the best, most modern and sleek looking house we've ever built. Yeah, just you guys wait. Just you wait. Oh, hello. I'm gonna move this stuff. Yeah, there we go. A little less cluttered now. I'm gonna place my lantern right here, spawn-proof all of it, so I can grab this and move it over right here. Okay. The Temporal Storm is now waning. Alright, we may as well just leave that processing. In fact, shit. I could make it twice as fast if I just go like this. Indeed I am, yep. Alright, let's organize the belt, and let's wrap up for the day. Got water in the bucket. Everything's ready for tomorrow. And we'll just leave that doing what it's doing. It'll finish when we log in. Is it safe to do that? I mean, probably. We'll collect it just in case, and then we'll put it all back in there. Alright guys, well this is it. Thank you very much for chilling. Today's been an extraordinary day, but tomorrow's gonna be even better. We're gonna be erecting our house finally. We're gonna craft the beehive kiln. We're gonna start making the tan bricks that we need, as well as the cream bricks, right? We're gonna have beautiful flooring, beautiful walls, a nice modernized house build overlooking our garden, and perhaps even the doghouse. Perhaps even. Anyway, for now, guys, just take care, rock on, and peace out. I hope you have a good night and a wonderful sleep, or a good rest of your day, depending on whichever hemisphere you call home. And I hope to see you back here tomorrow for the continuity of our adventure. Damn straight, old fart. Damn straight, buddy. All right, Chris, old fart. I'll see you guys later, eh? Take care for now.